Oh, I didn't even put our song to play. God damn it. I misclick. Hello, everybody. Where's my water? Where's my water? I'm getting you unemployed, Arja. Today is a sunny day. Perfect day for cats. Perfect day for cat. Alright. Let's see how it presents itself. Although I do have to say, I kind of want some tunes as well. Because I cannot hear the music you're listening to. Because of setup and things. How would I go about? Alright, there we go. Happy Monday indeed. Happy new week. Happy, sad, whatever it is. It is a week of the day of the what the fuck? Alright, I need a transmog. I need to mog out of these. Where was the mog guy again? There you go. Hello. Let me change the way we do this. There we go. Perfect. Ah, that druid set on a worgen looks terrible. Terrible. I hope the transmog was safe for the cat as well. A 5-stream streak. What is that? Were you not watching all of the streams all of the time? I require an agility weapon. What? There we go. Seems to be a new thing in channel. There you go, yeah. Hello, YouTube as well. Don't think I don't know you're there. Watching. Creeping. About. Alright. Let's set up the keybinds. Shall we? This should go there. I don't know where this is supposed to go. It's supposed to go there, go here, go there, go... Ooh, 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 ooh. There we go. That needs to go there. This needs to go there. The kick needs to go there. This is a battle res. This is a maim. This is primal wrath. This is teleport to Moonglade. Very important. Stampeding roar. Incap roar. Wait, don't I have Thrash at some point? Frantic Frenzy. There you go, baby. Ourselves Vortex. I don't think that matters, though. Frenzy regen. Remove corruption. More or less got him. Did you get more loot from yesterday's raid on Baby DH? No. No, what I need on my Baby DH is crests and a lot of upgrades. I have decent-ish loot. I have 88% mastery. If I recall, you were saying you have like something to that extent, but my crit is very low. And I think I might have a little bit too much versatility. And probably haste. I was looking at, I believe, the top feral on Lumithar, I think I was looking at, and trying to copy what he or she was doing and noticed that my crit level was way lower. Oh, Feral. I meant Havoc. Fuck, Feral. Jesus. Yeah. No, I don't mean DH. I mean Havoc. There are other specs for DH as well, bro. There is a subset of players within the World of Warcraft that only play one spec of their class and one spec only. Usually, 99% of the time, that is the DPS spec. And they live in this strange world where they refer to their spec as their own class, because in their mind there is no other spec to play in their class. There is just the spec. If somebody asks you, do you play Paladin, do you like Paladin, they will 99% of the time mean that, do you like Red Paladin? They don't even realize that Holy Paladin and Prop Paladin exist, and same goes for other classes as well. Just so you know, when you're interacting out there in the world and trying to understand what people are asking of you, more or less. I'm always talking. Always, listen, I'm not always talking to you, Carcosa. Sometimes I'm talking to myself, but we normally want to ignore that because fuck that. Okay, if we're here, let's settle this situation. What do we want to track? I don't want to track Bite. I want to track Apex Predator. Can we track Apex? I don't want to track that. This is the new Frantic Frenzy. I don't want to track that either. I can track Tiger's Fury. What is this? Wild Charge. Oh, I would like to track Chomp though. That would be dope. But I don't think I don't think they let me track that. Ruthless Aggression Ravage, increase your attack speed. I like Ravage procs. I had to track buffs. Overflowing Power. It's not what I want. Apex. I want Apex. Predatory Swiftness. We keep that. What if we add this as a bar? And add this as a bar. Apex is there. I just don't have it talented. I guess they didn't add Chomp in. Unseen Predator. Unseen attacks increase your attack damage by percent 5 additional applications may extend this effect. But this doesn't really change anything on my rotation. I need an expert opinion. Nice, nice. Nice glazing, Arja. Can appreciate it. Can appreciate a good glazing. Alright, what's the most important? Ravage is the most important. Remove from R. Predator is the next most important. We don't have Blood Talents. We don't have Wild Power. I don't know if I'm playing with Wild Power Surge. But why is it there though? Edit mode. Zerk. Okay, can I log out and have all of these saved? Let's log back in. Can you drag Chomp from the spellbook into... Oh my god, that's such a good point. Into the cooldown manager? I don't think that's how it works. But that's actually a very neat idea on interaction with cooldown manager. And it's way more intuitive for, let's say, new people when you can actually... Okay, can I just... The spell that I have in my spellbook, can I just also put it in the cooldown manager? I'm gonna be honest, I'm kind of digging the new and improved Blizzard cooldown manager. Yeah, it's aesthetically, it's definitely better because it looks like it actually belongs in your UI. Now, whether they improve on it the way we are supposed to have it improved on. Do I put this on 4? Wait, shouldn't I have Thrash there? Where's my Thrash? Wait, do I not have Thrash anymore? It's baseline. Wait a minute, what? And swipe, apply the bleed damage over time from Thrash if known. Oh, is this... The swipe replace Thrash with this one? No. Why don't I have Thrash here? Am I blind? I'm probably blind. It's right there. I'm so blind. Okay. I keep using Tiger Dash, but I think I probably want Wild Charge for this. And what's exciting, I'll finally get Living Silk when dinars are out. Oh my god, you still don't have it? Wow. Morning, Kai. Well, thanks, Marco. You too, man. Have a good day. Okay. Alright, do I have everything that Feral would need? I think so. I think this is good. Okay. Let me see if Druid of the Claw changed, because this was hopefully the most fun Pure Town that thematically I could have played, but ended up being shit. Okay, Ravage is still the same. Your maximum energy and rage are increased by 20%. Iron Fur and Frenzy Regen persist in cat form. When transforming from bear to cat, you retain all of that stuff for 6 seconds after entering bear form. You heal for 10% damage taken over 8 seconds. Assuming that I take that damage in bear form, right? Empowered Shapeshifting. Frenzy Regen can be cast in cat form for 40 energy. Bear form reduces magic damage you take. Shred and Swipe damage increased. Mangle damage increased. Shred and Swipe grant Earth Sign potential. Okay, this is the one that we never play. When you have 8 stacks, the next time you transform into bear form, your next Mangle deals 300% increased damage, or your next Swipe deals 300% increased damage. The next... Okay. Either generates 15 extra rage. Okay, what is 300% damage on Mangle? Mangle does 755 damage. Swipe does 500 damage. So 300%, that means additionally, or just 3 times more damage. That's 2.1k on Mangle and 1.5k on Swipe. Wait, what the fuck? Why can I not go into cat form? Oh, there you go. So that makes Swipe deal more damage than the regular Swipe. And that makes Mangle... Okay, so the problem with this is that Mangle and Swipe deal slightly more damage if I cast them from bear with Wild Power Surge. But they need to do like way more damage for this to be useful. I think they have to change this, man. This is so useless for Feral. And I think we live in a world where now all of their hero talents are way more polished and balanced all around. Okay, so this is what I'm going to do. I'm actually going to start writing these down so that I have them ready for when we do the video on Feral, because we will have a video on Feral, by the way. Even though I'm kind of also trying to figure out if Feral can be a main contender for me, since I'm still chasing the dream, chasing the dragon, everybody. I'm just a little bit off screen here, writing in a document that I have. Writing down some ideas. I'm not gonna put this on screen. It's probably pretty boring for you guys, so I'm just gonna put down some ideas here. All right. Druid of the Claw. Wild Power Surge needs changing. Mangle and Swipe do slightly more damage baseline without actual Tiger's Fury or other powers. Alright. Because you have to think about this with Fluid Form. I can only really use Mangle. So with Fluid Form, if I want to be in AoE, this is pointless because I need 2 globals to cast the AoE Swipe. So I'd have to use a global for bear and a global for cat. And problem is that takes away damage. I actually lose damage doing that. So that's kind of defeats the point of wild power surge. I love Feral in both PvP and PvE, super fun. Midnight seems promising. It definitely is a better version of the Feral that we have right now in live. From a theoretical standpoint, we'll discover today if, at least in my opinion, if that remains to be true. Fire. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Do I just have Wrath and Moonfire? Regrowth. No rejuve. I guess my I should probably put wild charge here. There used to be a time when you could cast no, wild growth. Oh, I need the talent into it. Alright, I see how it is. Thank you. Haha. Mulțumesc, Bobo. Are there any talent that gives 2% mastery, 2% base, or 2% from every other source mastery? That's a good point. Which one is that? I'm gonna go over each one individually, and oh, this is the one. All right, let's take a look. So currently I'm at 39% mastery. If I take this away and put it into this, for instance. So 39% mastery changes to 35. Ooh, wait, that's... I don't understand how that works. It's more than 2%. We can also assume that maybe it is bugged. And it depends how the scaling coefficient is, because if it doesn't scale linearly, it could have diminishing returns, and it definitely doesn't scale linearly because 2% of what I already have should increase it to what is... No, 2% of what I already have would be 2% of 35%, which obviously is not the case. My problem with Feral, at least in recent history, is how it just feels like a more one-dimensional Astro. I understand what you're saying. It's in the way that it deals damage, maybe, although that's also debatable. But the overall class feel like it's nowhere near compared in terms of how smooth it is to play, how fast you are because you're a druid and you have... Like, I keep saying this, that this is a very underrated fact of Feral that I don't see enough people talk about it or appreciate it. The fact that you have, what, 30% baseline additional movement speed as a melee spec, it's kind of like always running around with a half sprint. I don't know if people realize how easy melee combat is when you're faster than the mechanics have time to hit you. Because whenever the encounter designers create melee mechanics so that melee DPSers have to dodge it, they have to account for the slowest melee DPS in the game, which is usually, I don't know, something like a DK or Warrior, or even, I think all of them pretty much have like no baseline additional movement speed, right? So they have to account for that. But because Feral plays with a baseline 30% movement speed, you're kind of like cheating, right? You're just dodging everything so smoothly. The pack can never run away from you, no matter where the tank goes, because you're always running faster than every other melee mob in the game, right? Or every other mob in a game, period. That kind of feeling adds a new dynamic to how you engage with combat, how you maintain uptime on your targets, and so on and so forth. That's big in terms of fluidity and how good it feels to play. I didn't see any changes to the forms that have been added so far in Alpha. I'm a big Druid fan, so if there were any forms that they would have added, I would have 100% been playing with them, but we can definitely check. Is Solar Beam spec talent for Boomy or baseline now? I think it's a class talent here. Solar Beam is, I think, here, right? So if you're not a boomkin, you see moonkin form here. But if you're a boomkin, this is replaced by solar beam. Seems like skill issue. That's main downside of melee. Most melee specs have something to play around it. Do you mean the movement speed? I don't think you're understanding what I'm saying. How's Resto Druid? I don't know. I haven't touched any healers and tanks. I will get to those eventually, but they're not on the menu so far. It's very hard to test them until they give us like high-end game content. Like, what do you do with healers? Do I go into a follower dungeon where the AI is just scripted to never take damage? Do I go into a dungeon solo? Do I pull everything and try to keep myself alive? Like, it's very hard to test healers. Theoretically, it's interesting. A couple of changes for Resto Druid are not something that I favor. I liked the double life bloom photosynthesis dynamic that you had. But they're also doing tranquility really in a really interesting manner, and I'm a big fan of tranquility to press as a button. And I want to love Feral so bad because of it, but the combat rotation just have fell water down to me, and I'm hopeful that could change with Midnight. Yeah, possibly, but from what I understand, Assassination Midnight is way better than the current one, so it's a tough competition for you, it sounds like, man. I'm considering playing a cat, but at the moment it's definitely too hard for me. How much easier is it in Midnight? Too hard for you in what way? Is it hard for you to understand snapshotting and doing proper bleeds, or is it hard for you because it's either a fast-paced spec, a combo spec, or a melee spec? Morning, Carter. I mean, movement speed is not something that you should be appreciating that much because melee specs have something to play around melee mechanics. Okay, that's fair. I don't agree. I've played all of the specs in the game, all healers, all tanks, all range, all melee. I super appreciate Feral's movement speed, the comfort that it gives, and the security that it gives in being able to stay alive. If you perceive that as a skill issue, that's perfectly fine. If you've never had any issues dealing with melee mechanics, that's fine. That obviously probably doesn't mean very much to you. But that doesn't mean that you're right. Or that I'm wrong. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new cat forms. At least not in the list. Ew. Green eyes. Feels kind of weird. What the fuck? Faster baseline movement speed feels good, periods. Yeah, I agree. It's just, it feels like you're cheating compared to every other melee spec when it comes to mechanics. That's fine. Different people can have different opinions, so we don't all have to agree on the same thing. But calling it a skill issue feels very dismissive. I mean, it's not just you playing the game, bro. Yeah, I'm not seeing any new forms, at least not added into the list. Usually they don't put these in the list in alpha, beta. Usually they're not things that... Sometimes they're usually hidden when you until you unlock them, and they become visible either when the patch releases or stuff like that. Personally, I prefer if Blizz just gave bigger range for melee, would be better. We had that before. It was very different. Hitboxes make sense, I do agree. Physically being side balance, yeah, that's weird. Hitbox is not very consistent, I super agree. Melee range is very controversial, because melee range invalidates mechanics, and melee range is not very equal across the board. Melee range, like if you give, for instance, Feral melee range that it used to have before, you basically turn it into kind of like an evoker. It's not the same range, but with your you kind of turn it into like a moving caster. Because of the safety that you can be at, the movement speed that you can do that on, and so on and so forth, for all the points that I said before. And we used to have that back in BFA, back in Shadowlands. When did they take it out? Did they take it out in... I think they took it out in Dragonflight. Link's form? I don't know, but that sounds like an easy form to add. Hitbox should always be at most half the diameter of a target circle. At most? What do you mean? A hitbox should always be at most. I think that's very counterintuitive. The hitbox should be exactly the circle, because you also delimited it. Fucking. It's clearly, bro. I don't know what the word is. Am I stupid right now? It's very easy to understand what the hitbox is, right? As long as you can see it outlined like that, right? That should be the hitbox. But, or maybe slightly bigger to account for player error. Because if I go in cat and, oh, I see the hitbox, but I'm slightly behind because, you know, it's just whatever, and I don't hit it, is a little bit weird, my opinion. Wasn't meant to be condescending, was more of that is a melee downside, and melee specs have different ways to play around it. That's true. For some it's movement speed, for some it's filler casts, for some it's the abundance of charges. That's true, and Feral has movement speed. They removed everything that gave additional range. Oh, the war with... No. Surely they did that in Dragonflight, no? They did acrobatic strikes? Or even Shadowlands, I think they removed the range on acrobatic strikes for Outlaw Rogue. Balance affinity for druids, because that kind of went away with the Talon rework in Dragonfly, no? As far as I remember it. Jesus Christ, Twitch. Oh, okay, so it was the War Within? Really? Okay, you guys might be right. Fuck, no, I could have sworn Dragonfly didn't have it either. Dragonfly still had it? Alright, well, whatever. They removed it, right? We used to have it before. Okay, so this didn't change. Ravage also inflicts bleeds. Whatever. Ravage increases auto attack speed. Ravage increases your agility by 8 and the armor granted by Iron 4 by 20%. Your first attacker's fury after entering combat makes your next forces by become Ravage. I think that's what we use on live too. Every attack with an energy cost that you cast extends the duration of your dreadful wound by 0.6 seconds up to 8 additional seconds. I don't know if this is the exact same mechanic on live, but the overall result is probably similar. Ferocious Bite and Rampant Ferocity damage increased by 10% and Primal Wrath direct damage increased by 60%. Holy shit. 2.3k. Oh, dude. Primal Wrath 5 combo points does 2.3k AoE, which is almost as much as a 4 combo point Ferocious Bite. Isn't that weird? That sounds wild. 1 combo point Primal Wrath does more damage than 1 combo point Ferocious Bite in single target. Wait a minute, because Ferocious Bite also gets additional damage. No, it does double the damage if you cast it with 25 extra energy. That's not true. But this still means that you could potentially just spam cast Primal Wrath in AoE. So if Ferocious Bite on 5... This is not accounting for any potential damage amps that you have or any other talent chains that I make. But Ferocious Bite single target does 6k damage, assuming that you cast it with 50 energy. Which is double the amount of energy you would need for Primal Wrath. I don't know if that matters in any way. Meaning 6k damage, meaning that if you're fighting 3 or more targets, it's worth spamming Primal Wrath over Ferocious Bite, not accounting for Rampant Ferocity. Wait, where's Apex? Oh, okay, they put it there. Ferocious Bite also deals 500 damage per combo point spent to all nearby enemies. Spending extra energy on Ferocious Bite increases the damage dealt out to 100%. Damage reduced by on 5 targets. Never mind. Okay. So this is 1000. Oh no, this is... Wait a minute. Bro, I'm behind these tuning. So this times 5 is 2.5k to all the other targets. This 5k to all the other targets. Oh shit, Primal Wrath is not worth spamming. So it's 5k extra damage, non-crit on 5 targets with damage being reduced. I guess maybe Primal Wrath is worth on like something like 10-20 targets to be spammed, rather than just applying Rip and then using all of your combo points for Ferocious Bite. I'm overthinking this probably, but I'm trying to find a reason to spam Primal Wrath in AoE outside of consuming Apex procs. I think they reduced the range of it before it was removed entirely. I don't know, but that's kind of how I remember it. I shall drink water. I don't know about that, bro. Outlaw, like if you remember when they added Freehold as an M+ dungeon, Outlaw and I think Feral as well could outrange the Whirlwind of the Shark boss with melee attacks. That was wild, bro. That was too much. And if they make that AoE larger, then it just starts to pose a problem for specs that don't have melee range to get out of it. So obviously it felt fucking incredible to be able to do damage from that far away, but it was also kind of broken. It was also not very equal across the board. Okay, let's let me actually check Wildstalker as well. I don't think this changed either from what I know. Rip and Rake damage has a chance to cause Bloodseeker Vines dealing. I can't believe somebody thought of Wildstalker and thought it was an interesting thing, man. Am I weird for thinking Wildstalker is just incredibly boring? Everything is so passive. It impacts nothing in your rotation. It just adds an extra dot. If there was like some interaction, okay, if you do this at this time, your Wildstalker vine things just fucking explode or something. This is also not a very Ferally thing. I can understand this being a resto thing, but... I'm not crazy. I don't know, man. Druid of the Claw seems like a bear thing, thematically, because it's definitely not a cat thing. Nothing about this. Ravage, I mean, your bite is stronger and hits an AoE. Alright. It doesn't have... Like, Druid of the Claw should have added power shifting or whatever it was called back in the day. Should have added, okay, me as a cat form, I do my cat form thing, but then occasionally I can go into bear and do a cool stuff, right? A cool thing. But it didn't... This is just boring. This is just... They're just wasting this name. This could have been called Ravager instead of Druid of the Claw. It has new priority, but it's not particularly exciting. You have very little agency. It adds priority damage, you mean? Or... Oh, a new priority in terms of rotational priority? Or can you tell me exactly what changes with Wildstalker? I'm curious. Damage and healing while in cat form is increased. Moonfire and Sunfire damage increased. Blah. When you remove an effect with Soothe or remove Corruption, gain a combo point and heal for 4% of your max health. If you're at full health, an injured party member... again, this is nice. It's a nice effect, but... Make it 10%, bro. Why are we so scared of making impactful talents? You can only really soothe or remove corruption ever so often. 4%, like these types of effects feel so insignificant and so safe and just there to kind of answer the question, is it worth to do it a little bit more? Yes, because if this was 1% of maximum health, it would make almost no difference between 1% and 4%. The value of it would have been the same. Oh, you get a little bit of heal if you do this. It feels so insignificant. I don't know. I feel like they're playing too safe with some of these talents. Make it impactful, bro. Make me have two cats in my party. One is a Druid of the Claw, one is a Wildstalker, and when the Wildstalker does something, everybody in the party can tell. I feel like that should be the baseline for these types of things. I think I should be able to tell which one is which. Fuck me if I could tell. Oh, that one is... maybe I saw the Ravage animation on one of them, and that's about it. I don't know. Then to take Moonfire spread for... Make Moonfire spread for Wildstalker? Maybe. I mean, it would definitely be more interesting than what we have here. They should make me want to be... Are you incentivized to play Lunar Inspiration with Wildstalker? Are they playing this on live with Wildstalker? I don't think so. Last I checked, but I could be wrong. Let me take a look. Good day, Strickland. Where would you use Lunar Inspiration? Most likely in raids, right? Let me look at Fractalus. Let's see if we have any ferals that play it here. What do people play? They actually play Wildstalker. Oh, they play... half of the Wildstalkers play with Lunar Inspiration. And only half of the ferals play Wildstalker. I can actually show this on screen now. It's a little bit more relevant. So, at least statistically speaking, 56% of Mythic Feral Druids play Mythic Fractalus with Wildstalker, and only 56% of those play Lunar Inspiration. I think that's how this math works. Okay, how much damage does Moonfire even do? This rank 1 Feral on Fractalus is playing Lunar Inspiration. Obviously, it's very hard to translate this into... Fuck me, dude. This guy's been juiced up by his entire raid, I'm pretty sure. This is very hard to translate into the War Within numbers, but I'm just like, well, it's doing more damage than Feral Frenzy, more damage than the Cloak, but ugh. This does not feel very interesting whatsoever. At least Bite. Man, Bite is almost overtaken by Bloodseeker Vines in terms of overall damage. Yeah, this is very uninteresting. But I don't know if I would feel different if it was here. Like, how can you even tell? Difficult to balance if all turns are very impactful. That is very true. But this is an ongoing issue that I personally think the game has. The more you strive for equal and fair balance, the more homogeneous specs become. And the more samey is less relevant word, but I think people understand it a little bit more. It's just the same. Like, what's the difference between Shred and Moonfire? Or rather, what's the difference between Adaptive Storm and Moonfire? When you press either one of them, do you feel like something happened in your rotation? Is it like, oh, I pressed it, I feel. Like, when you press Ferocious Bite, you feel like something happened, right? When you press Shred and it crits and you get like, what, 2 combo points? You feel like something happened, right? When you press Feral Frenzy, this is an impactful ability. You generate 5 combo points and you hear the sounds of it, right? That's cool. When you press Moonfire, you see Moonfire animation, that's it. You just have to know that it generates 1 combo point and that it does passive damage. The damage that it does is not very obvious to you. It's not very... it doesn't give you a visual feedback because you have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 dots on the target. You don't track all of them, but you have 8 damage over time effects, and what this translates into your screen being filled with numbers. Can you tell which one of those numbers is Moonfire? This is where I super support the pruning of classes, because it doesn't feel impactful pressing 1 abilities, because 1 ability is just one of the 5 that does the same thing. It adds a combo point, it adds a dot. Rigged adds a combo point, it adds a dot. Adaptive Storm adds a dot. Thrash adds a combo point, adds a dot, or 2 combo points. It says Bear. I think it's taking the tooltip from Bear, yeah? So this is an AoE dot and a combo point. This is a single target dot and a combo point with initial damage. This is a... where's Moonfire? Moonfire is a single target dot with less of an instant hit, but a bigger dot. Like, does this make sense what I'm saying? Probably not on live, but would assume just single target in midnight. The Lunar Inspiration, I mean. But it would be cool to see some AoE beams. But then I guess it would be too much like Bear. Probably too much like Balance also. While Stalker only changes who you want to bite, it doesn't really do anything exciting. It can be strong though. Really? It changes who you want to bite? I'm guessing you want to bite targets with vines and that's it, I suppose, or... So they need that remix ability that sends out all the druid shit.
My eternal gratitude.
Oh shit, Strickland, thank you for the two gifts, man. Appreciate it, dude. They need that remix ability that sends out all the druid shit at things in live. That sounds like Convoke. What ability are you talking about? Maybe there's... Is it the... I don't know which one that is. Okay. Moving on. Got stuck there. When you remove... Okay, I did that. Bloodseeker Vines and Symbiotic Blooms last 2 additional seconds. When a target affected by a Bloodseeker Vine dies, the vines jumps to another target. Each active Bloodseeker Vines increase the damage your abilities deal by 2%. Okay, so here's an idea that I just had. I don't know how good this is, but Bloodseeker Vines, at least for you, have a kind of like a visual animation where you kind of see the vines on the target, right? What if, through your rotation, either through the number of ferocious bites that you do or through the number of dots that you do, Bloodseeker Vines eats all of those dots and grows, right? So when you apply a rake, the rake doesn't deal its damage separately, just Bloodseeker Vine eats that effect and then just grows bigger. And the vines grow bigger on the targets. And then the more you apply bleeds and dots in AoE, the bigger those vines grow and the bigger the dot tick grows. And it's only one dot tick, a big, fat dot tick on the target that you see. Oh, tick, tick, tick. Wouldn't that instantly make Wild Stalker so much better to play, so much more rewarding? First of all, you have a visual cue that, oh my god, the better I play, look at these vines grow. I'm putting more dots, they grow even bigger. And then you actually start to see big numbers ticking on your screen. Instead of like 7 of them, there's one big one. And that's your dot, and that's your Bloodseeker Vine. And now you feel like you're interacting, first of all, visually with this, but also mechanically. And the mechanical part gives you a visual feedback so that you know that the ability is good. Part of what WoW has lost over the years with this over design and complexity was that visual feedback that, oh shit, I just pressed an ability that did so much damage. Because you don't know. When you used to press stuff like execute, the biggest number that your class or that your warrior would ever do would be on your screen. You're like, fuck, that was my execute hit. Look at that big fat number. Because your mortal strikes would hit for like 5,000 every time, and an execute would hit for like 25,000. Oh my god, that execute. Or bites could be the same thing, right? You just normally hit for like 1,000. One shred does 1,000, rake does 700, and then a bite does 10,000. You're like, fuck, oh, that bite, oh my god, look at that, all that damage, right? That kind of thing has been missing from the game, and I think that's part of what the players have been saying about Mob Classic, where they felt that whenever they press their abilities, it felt really well, felt really good. Overgrow. I think we need to relearn the classes. I'm so excited for this. Go for it. Overgrow the target. Yeah, probably a limit so that you don't just see a vine, right? And you don't see your target anymore, right? Into a Flora statue. Yeah, I was thinking about that when I said it, but obviously, like with like some limits, right? But you at least see it, right? There's the visual of the game is telling you that you're playing a hero talent. Instead of you having to look at your DPS meter, scroll your mouse over your name and see the dot damage from your Bloodseeker Vines be a percentage bigger of your overall damage, because that's the only feedback that you get that you're playing this hero talent, is just looking at your damage meter and seeing, oh, there's a dot there that sometimes is bigger, sometimes is smaller. That's a bar, that's all you see. Modern WoW. Unironically, that sounds very fun. Oh, there you go. Seeing a giant blood tick from a Bloodseeker Vine would feel great. Yeah, probably don't make the visual, the model of the Bloodseeker's vines become way too big, because that would probably be a little bit ridiculous, but at least the dot tick, right? When I tried playing Feral, I didn't feel like my buttons do anything because I had no visual confirmation anyway other than weak auras. Just wanted something new for... Yeah, that's the thing. That's my criticism with the passive damage procs. You have Moonfire, you have Bloodseeker Vines, you have Rake, you have Thrash, you have Rip, you have the dot from... I guess you don't have that from Ravage because you're not playing Druid of the Claw and Wild Sucker at the same time, but you have at least 5 dots that are all ticking independently on the screen, and you never really know which one is which, because when you're fighting in combat and the tick happens from all of those and you see all of the numbers on the screen, you don't know what they all represent. Oh, there's just a lot of numbers. All right, great, that's fine. But your brain is not going to stand there and process, okay, that's a 700 tick, that's a 500 tick, that's a 50 tick, that's a 1000 tick, and that's my rake, that's my... Your brain doesn't do this. And if it doesn't do that, what's the point of seeing numbers? Oh, I just do a lot of damage because I just see a lot of numbers. But you don't really consciously understand what those numbers are, so what's the point of seeing them anyway? And like Ktak said, I don't know how you pronounce your name, bro, it's in Cyrillic, the game doesn't do a good job at giving you a visual feedback of what's going on outside of a weak card telling you, oh, that just procced. Like people have been using for Rogue, for an example, you have the Kingsbane ability that at least in Dragonflight it used to do like increasing ticks of damage, and because even those ticks were huge. Those ticks were huge, and even with those ticks, they used the weak card that just showed the icon of Kingsbane and a big number there to show you what the biggest tick was. It was not important for their rotation. It just gave them a visual cue that holy shit, my Kingsbane was good, because the game didn't do that. You had to use the weak card to tell you, you did good, bro. That was a big Kingsbane. That's a problem. I don't show combat text, I only show it on crits. Yeah, because crits are kind of like the only relevant number that your brain can parse, right? What do you think about Sub-Rogue Apex Talon? Personally, I like it, but the synergy is off. I don't remember what they were. I'm just super disappointed about Sub-Rogue all around. I'm not a fan of what they're doing with Sub-Rogue. It's... I could be wrong, I might change my mind, but it doesn't look like it. And I don't think the capstones will save it, and if it does, then it's a very terrible design, because then you're kind of forced into playing capstones to play a good spec, and I don't think that's really good for the game. Tiger's Fury and attacking from Prowl increases chance for Shred, Rake, and Swipe to critically strike. Your periodic heals have 4% increased chance to critically heal. 4%. Enemies pulled into Ursal Vortex are rooted in place. During Bark Skin, your movement speed is increased by 10%, and every second flowers grow beneath your feet. They heal up to 3 inch. Like, this is a cool effect. For instance, this is good. But the heal, 140 heal, bro. Dude, I have 100,000 HP. How do you use math? Guys, I'm terrible at math. But 140 is okay, so it's 140 times 100 divided by 115,000 HP, and this is the percentage. Okay, so when you have, if my math is correct, when you pop Bark Skin, 3 nearby allies are healed for 0.1% of their total health. When a skill in the game tells you, bro, when you pop your main defensive, rather, you heal 3 people for 0.1% of their health. Does that feel impactful to you? Does that feel like, fuck yeah, I'm so glad I'm playing Wildstalker, dude. 0.1%, I did 0.3% of their HP in healing. Yo, if you had a red paladin, this wouldn't have happened. Does this do that for you? I don't think so. This is the kind of little ticks of little fucking... Because this doesn't matter. But when you add this like 7 other little tiny ticks, it might add up to like a non-irrelevant number that's there, where it doesn't save anybody. It doesn't help people get past a damage event. It doesn't cover rot damage in a raid. It adds up to like 7 other little effects from 7 other people, and it might save you a tick of a bleed. Fuck me, dude. Save the wipe, right? The roof from Vortex. Yeah, that's very impactful though. That is a very good one, yeah. Only healing effects on effects like these are almost insulting. Yeah, but it's also like you want to get new people in. You want to get new people into the game, and you're telling them, hey, you can play Druid of the Claw. Look at this big claw there. You do this Ravage ability. All right, cool, sure. I think this is probably mainly boring for old school WoW players, because we kind of know that this is just pretty packaging, but nothing really happens underneath. And then it's like, but you can also play this Wildstalker, and you see this Eye of a Cat stalking. It has almost nothing to do with stealth. It has nothing to do with stalking. And then you say, hey, but did you know that when you press your defensives, you heal everybody for 140? It's like, oh, 140. Is that a lot? And then you hover over your HP and you see 115,000 HP, and you're like, bro, 140 doesn't really... Nobody's gonna notice that whatsoever. Does it have something to do with being wild? Oh, well, listen, man. Let's not go over the technical definition of Wildstalker, okay? Alright. I'm hoping that they take another pass at this because Druid is probably my all-time favorite class in WoW, but it has been disappointing for the fourth expansion in a row, so... I'm sure it scales to 1k by the last patch, yeah. Well, if this has like 7 other auras that scale this 140 to like 1k now, that's 0.7% or whatever. No, it's almost 1%. No, it's 0.7%. I think I probably was actually correct. Napkin math. Times 3, that's 2% of somebody's HP once every minute. Alright, every attack with an energy... Oh no, I'm looking at that thing. Your bleeds and other damage over time effects are 6% more effective. Vigorous Creepers. Bloodseeker Vines increase the damage your abilities deal to affected enemies by 6%. Symbiotic Blooms increase the healing your spells do to affected targets by 20%. Okay, sure. I thought they would do away with the... I think... actually, they didn't get to... I'm hoping that they didn't get to the hero talents of at least Feral. Because a lot of these types of mechanics, they have been rooted out of a lot of the other classes when it comes to the rework. They actually don't want these many multipliers to your damage to the point where it's hard to tell if something is good until all of these are active. Because usually these would need aura to be tracked. Obviously, you don't track these auras because they just happen passively and nothing that you do influences these unless you're either playing or not playing the class at that time. Didn't they change eclipses so that you don't have to cast the opposite spell school to get the eclipse you want? Yeah, they did. They did. Now you have to cast the spell of the school of the eclipse that you want. So Wrath enables solar eclipse, Starfire enables lunar eclipse. But I'm talking about Feral here. Like, balance is actually really good. I'm surprisingly happy with the midnight version of balance, but I also think it's not going to make it to live. Because it's way too good. That's why I'm saying. So I'm very skeptical. Rip and Ferocious Bite damage increased by 5%. Woo! Rejuve healing increased by 10%. Healing you receive is increased by 4%. Your regrowth healing to yourself is increased by 25%. When Bloodseeker Vines or Symbiotic Blooms grow, they have a 30% chance to cause another growth of the same type to immediately grow on a valid nearby target. Alright. When you gain or lose Tiger's Fury, your next single target melee ability causes a Bloodseeker Vine to grow on the target for 4 seconds. The rate at which Bloodseeker Vines grow is increased by 20%. Fuck. When Bloodseeker Vines expire, or you use Ferocious Bite on their target, they explode in thorns. Is this what you meant? That you depends on who you want to... Wildsucker just makes you want to Ferocious Bite different targets. They explode in thorns, dealing physical damage to nearby enemies. Damage reduced above 5 targets. When Symbiotic Blooms expire, or you cast Rejuvenation on their target, flowers grow around their target, healing them, and 3 nearby allies for 242 heal points. Yes! Score! But this also implies that you kind of have to track the vines to make good use of it, and this goes against their class design philosophy, so I don't know if this will remain. What's your point on Enhanced Shaman for Midnight? My point, what do you mean? My opinion? Or what I meant by my opinion? I'm assuming you're talking about our yesterday's enhancement Shaman video? And lastly, Rampancy. Bloodseeker Vines have a 20% chance to trigger Bursting Growth every 2 seconds at 100% effectiveness. What's Bursting Growth? Oh, this thing. It's not bad. These are probably one of the more interesting ones, but these might just be the current tier set that we have, no? Opinion. I think enhancement, as from all of the specs that I've tested and looked at so far, is the best melee spec in the game in terms of design. This is the short version. The long version, I would recommend you watch our video. But the short version is it hits the balance between simple and engaging. I don't want to say complex because it's not really complex. really well, where it's actually fun and it actually matters if you press ability A or ability B as opposed to other specs, which kind of make it all pretty much the same. Is it still hard? Enhancement? No. Nah. I mean, hard is very subjective. What's hard for me might not be hard for you. What's hard for you might not be hard for me. So I cannot really answer that for you, but I can tell you that enhancement has been massively simplified. First of all, you don't really need add-ons to track all of the things that you do. You don't have so many plates to spin. You have 1, maybe 2 plates instead of like 7. Yeah, no, it feels like a World of Warcraft spec, where you go in, you look at your spells and talents, and you're like, oh, okay, I kind of get what this is trying to do. And then you play, it's like, oh, shit, I should have pressed that a little bit, and that's about it. That's pretty much the extent of your mistakes that you can do in a rotation. You're like, oh, shit, no, I should have used that one then instead of that, and that's it. And I think that's fine for World of Warcraft, because you don't want it to be like, oh, it doesn't really matter what I press, I always do damage. But you don't really want to like, fuck, which one of the 7 abilities was I supposed to press again? So not that either, right? And I think what it's doing right now is not an equal balance between the two. It's more towards simple than it is towards complex. So if you had a spectrum, like this is simple, this is complex, enhance is probably around here, right? So I think it's good. I think it's good. Procs made it hard for me. Yeah. Well, the procs that you have with enhance either don't change your rotation, or they're very obvious and very few at a time, where you're not overwhelmed by things. They gotta bring back the Wildcat form. I think Druid is criminally under designed in terms of the shape-shifting forms that you have. Yeah, I agree, Viking. That's why I personally consider Enhance and Elemental the perfectly designed spec so far. Have you played much Warrior yet? I played a little bit. I'm a Warrior main and I'm excited for a bit of new changes. It feels much different for arms. Yeah, I kind of like where they're going with arms. I don't know if it's fully fleshed out. I'm a fan of Slam. I understand some people don't like Slam. Some people don't like Blade Storm, so fuck. I don't know. I'm not a big fan of losing Avatar, and the effect of Avatar, this is true for all Warrior specs, of giving you another effect from a different cooldown, that felt fucking awesome. But they took that away a little bit in the War Within, and they took it a little bit more in Midnight, and that maybe is my only really criticism. They're trying to make Colossus Smash, but it's Warbreaker really, more impactful, and if they make it fun enough where I forget that I used to have Avatar, sure. But Warrior for me will always need Avatar, so I don't know. My wife is crying because Resto Druid loses kick. But isn't that better? Because your wife can actually play. I'm kidding. But Skull Bash is such a very expensive and annoying kick to do. You have to shift into cat and then Skull Bash, or Skull Bash shifts you into cat and then you have to go back to range and start. I don't know. I mean, sure, but Frost Mage looks good too. Yeah, I super agree. Bring back the Man-Wolf form. Man-Wolf. Oh, from what you mean? Lol, Man-Wolf. That's funny. It makes you angry that you don't have Skull Bash as a Resto Druid? I think healers have such a long list of responsibilities in a group that adding more to it doesn't really help. And it makes healing unapproachable. It's nice to have the option, but when you have the option to do it, it also comes as a package deal with the expectancy to do it. You can set up a macro that shifts you into cat form to let that kid go off right away. Yeah, but now we're talking about optimizing the gameplay, right? I think it's only fair and constructive to look at these class heroes that we have in Midnight from a new player perspective, because that's the intent of these. They want them to make them approachable and accessible to new players, because if they're accessible to new players, they're accessible to all kinds of players. And I think that's a good metric to design them around. Thoughts on Brew? Not a lot of thoughts on any tank, since I haven't had the chance to play them or the reason to play them yet, because there's no real content to play tanks in. Hey, what up, Turkey? How's it going, man? Yeah, but here's the thing, Arja. And I'm using this as a hypothetical. If you are in my group and you're telling me that you like to have the kick as a Resto Druid, I will be relying on your kick. Are you fine with me? I'm talking about me specifically, expecting you to kick specific casts all the time? Because if you fail, you fuck us over. Do you want that responsibility? Because that's what that means, to have the option of Skull Bash. That's fine. Okay. Well, you say that, but that's very hard to do as a healer. And that's, you know, assuming that every other responsibility that you have is done more or less perfectly. Bruce, your talent don't work yet. Yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I watch a couple of brew content creators that I like, and I think they do a better job at summarizing brew. I don't know if you guys are a fan of Brewmasters and Shaw as a content creator. Super recommend you check his videos out. His insight on brew is really interesting. Really on point. He's a very high-end Mythic Plus Brewmaster. I don't know if he plays Brewmaster in Raid, but I mostly follow him for the M Plus content. And I think his opinions and theory crafting on brew is very good, outside of whatever people might be saying in the Discord. Chat stuff is good. Yeah. So if you want opinions on Brewmaster, I recommend you watch his content. There's only so much I can personally test on the PTR, and we usually focus on DPS with a priority. Yeah, also that's true, Josh. If druids have a very efficient kick, and so there's two scenarios. Druids retain their kick, and the casts in the dungeons don't change, the number of casts, which makes Druid a very good healer because it can cover player mistakes, very high skill healer, and that would be fine. But if you're playing a healer without a cast, without a kick, the party will know, and you will know, and you would have to approach that differently, and you're kind of slightly handicapped. And if they see healers having a kick lower the difficulty of the overall content, which has happened before, they might increase the number of casts in dungeons, leading up to scenario 2, where you will have to have a Resto Druid in your group because it's the only healer with an efficient kick, right? I don't know if I'd like to live in that world. It doesn't feel like we're gonna live in a world. I would like to live in a world where there are very few casts, but players have way more options, and super high skilled players make the content trivial. And this is what I think the baseline of the difficulty of the game should be hit, where high skilled players make the game trivial, not doable. Because that's the world that we live in now, or that we used to live in like 1 or 2 seasons ago. High skilled players made the content doable instead of trivial. And I think skill should make content trivial, not doable. That's where the difficulty should be. And I don't think people like that. At least high skilled players don't probably like that, because that makes the content a little bit more boring for them, because there's not as much challenge. But I think that would be a much perfect balance to hit between complexity and simplicity, that would not gatekeep content from players. Do you play Balance already? I played it last week, yeah. Our Solar Beam would be like a counter spell from Mage. I disagree. I think that would be boring. I think Solar Beam is one of the strongest interrupts, but you need to use it a little bit perfectly, plus it silences. I think it's perfect that way. It makes you special. It gives you a tool that no other casters have. Okay, this is kind of boring. All right. Finally, we can move on to the talents. We're yapping about today. Shred deals increased damage, and Swipe deals increased damage against bleeding targets. Shred deals 5% increased damage against bleeding targets, and Shred and Swipe apply the bleed damage over time from Thrash if known. So this is just overall less damage, but it makes it so that you never have to press Thrash. So, okay, this choice node is fine. It just needs to be communicated to the average player better. So what this choice node means is you have one button less to play if you play this talent, Thrashing Claws, because you don't need to press Thrash anymore. Shred and Swipe do just that. And in a world without blood talents, this is even better. But you can play this and you do more damage, but you have to press an extra button, right? I think this is just tuned way too low. I think if Shred and Swipe would also cast Thrash, I think this would be better. This probably would still do more damage, but... yeah. So... and this is an ideal way to design it, where we don't take away the complexity of a class, but we don't make it super inaccessible for other players. Right, moving on. Predator. Target's Fury lasts additional 5 seconds. Your combo point generating abilities. Direct damage is increased by 40% of your haste. Is this something that we have on live? I need to check this out. Can I see this without having to go to Wowhead? Tiger's Fury lasts 5% additional, 5 additional combo points. Yes, okay, so it's the same one as live. Coil to Spring. If you generate a combo point in excess of what you can store, your next versus Bite or Primal Wrath deals... okay, this sounds terrible. People are actually using it? Isn't this a damage loss? If you play correctly? Probably gonna take double Clawed Rake. I mean, this is only a damage gain during Berserk, no? It feels like. Ferocious Bite deals 50% increased damage for each combo point spent. Ferocious Bite's primary target takes 6% increased damage from your cat form bleed and other abilities for 4 seconds. Balancing strikes while stealth break will also stun the target. Okay, it's pretty much the same. What do we have here? Taste for Blood. Wasn't this on the other side? So this was Sudden Ambush. Sudden Ambush was taken away. Okay, we can keep this. Let's just go to Wallhead. It's easier to visualize. If we have them side by side. Moment of Clarity still stays there. Predator, Double Clawed Rake. Merciless Claws. Still 2 pointers. Okay. Survival Instincts. We still have Survival Instincts in Berserk. These points have been changed drastically. Okay. Do we just have fewer nodes now? So Taste for Blood is single target. Ferocious Bite deals more damage. And you cannot really skip it, as opposed to it being here, which is skippable, and it was skippable. This forces you into it. I don't know if that's necessarily a bad or a good thing. Feral has always been such a complex spec to me. I lied to myself that it's easy with keeping bleeds up, but it's not. It's not that hard. I think Havoc is way harder than Feral, bro. Learning process will last a lifetime. As in learning a new spec / class. I mean, ideally, right? You always want to keep your brain engaged. Dreadful Bleeding, rip damage increased by 20%. That's the same there. Oh, we still have Sudden Ambush. Finishing moves have a 6% chance per combo point spent to make your next Rake, Shred, Swipe, or critically strike. And the fact that it makes all of them crit means you don't really have to track it, but at the same time, maybe you don't want to cast a Rake? If it's guaranteed crit, but the dot doesn't guaranteed crit, then it doesn't really matter. Then probably want to use this on Shred and single target and Swipe, so you kind of have to know when this happens, though. I don't think they've accomplished their goal with this, because they wanted to turn Sudden Ambush from something that you have to use a weak card to track to something that you never have to track. I don't know if that's done here. Okay, so Moment of Clarity has been moved here. I assume it's the same effect. Seems like it. And then the baseline Berserk should have all of the effects, right? 15 seconds. Generate additional combo points. All attack and ability damage is increased. But it doesn't do the bleed thing. Wild Slashes. That was here, right? Yes. So it doesn't do the bleed thing anymore. So Frenzy is no longer here. That kind of sucks. That's pointless. Baseline 2-minute cooldown, baseline 3-minute cooldown. This has been baked into the effect. but the bleed is no longer there. Okay. Savage Fury. Savage Fury increases your haste by 10% and energy recovery rate by 25% for 8 seconds. Do we have this on live too? Yes. But on live, you kind of went something like this, right? In single target, you went for Taste for Blood. You never took Wild Slashes, you only took Brutal Slash. Brutal Slash is gone also. The game recommends me take Raging Fury for attacker Fury to last 5 additional seconds, or Tenacity, which I think is what probably people were using. I feel like Feral gets overblown on its complexity. It's definitely not beginner friendly, but I don't think it's insanely difficult like some people say. The only thing that's not beginner friendly on live Feral is blood talents, and even that's debatable because we need to define what a beginner means, right? A beginner can be your mom that doesn't really play video games but liked World of Warcraft and thinks WoW is cool and wants to play Feral. But a beginner can also be a gamer. Bro, I don't know, I played League of Legends, I played Valorant, and now I want to play an MMO with my friends. Like a beginner gamer person would definitely be able to wrap their heads around blood talents. Oh, the old sudden ambush, yeah. Well, that was a little bit too much because then you just had permanent uptime on Tiger's Fury, so at that point, what did it matter anyway? It felt nice, but it was also Tiger's Fury was weaker. I'd like Tiger's Fury to be less frequent, but impact, bro, when I press Tiger's Fury, I know I'm fucking shit up. Okay, these effects are the same. If it lasts 5 extra seconds, that means it lasts 20 seconds. So this, you get a very, very high uptime on Tiger's Fury. Like 66% uptime now, if you just press it on cooldown. This is the best duo, Jelky. Cyber explains blood talents really well. Once you have enough crit, blood talents becomes easier to keep track of. I don't know what his explanation is, but he's a much better Feral Druid, so I would imagine. The way that I play blood talents is a very degenerate way that it's not necessarily the best way, but it's a way that I never... It's a way that I meshes well with Windwalker. You never press the same generator as you pressed it before, so you eventually naturally get to press 3 to 4 generators before a finisher. So you never really drop blood talents outside of Berserk. If you play Windwalker, playing blood talents becomes significantly easier. Windwalker's mastery is way harder to play than blood talents, I feel. I think the difficulty of blood talents is that there's a priority to your generators that you want to press building into blood talents. And maybe sometimes it's better not to generate the third stack of blood talents and instead use a different ability than generating your second. So maybe that's where the complexity of blood talents becomes. But if you just want to, fuck it, bro, I'm just going to never use the same. I'm always going to build combo points with 3 different builders, always. Sometimes 4. You never really draw blood talents. I guess what I mean is Feral is intimidating at first, but when you look at it and to spend time with it, things go... Yeah, no, I agree, I agree. Okay, I don't know if I want to play Wall Slash. Swipe and Thrash, 40%, that's quite a lot of damage. If I take this away, can I spend it into something else? What would I spend it on? Sudden Ambush seems interesting. Your finishing moves grant 2 energy per combo point spent and deal 5% increased damage. It's definitely something that I'm going to keep. Infected Wounds. Rake's damage is increased by 30% and Rake causes an infected wounds in his target, reducing target's movement. Okay, can keep that in AoE because I also have double clawed Rake. I'm thinking if I should take the Mastery node because this gives me about 4% Mastery if it's tuned properly. This is kind of boring, but not necessarily weak. Oh, either that or Sudden Ambush. I think Sudden Ambush is more rotationally interesting, critting more. Isn't that the same as any spec though? What do you mean? What exactly? What Daisy said on YouTube, you mean? Oh, specs feel intimidating, but then get easier? Not necessarily. Enhancement, Arcane, and Outlaw definitely don't work like that. When you look at Enhance and Outlaw, you're like, oh, okay, I kind of get what this is doing on live. But then the deeper you go, the more you realize, holy shit, no, I'm so wrong. This is so much more complex. But, you know, the more you spend, obviously the easier things get, but it depends. It depends on how we look at things. All right. Oh, never mind. They still kept this. Wait, what is on live? What's the equivalent? Oh, we don't have this on live. Berserk Heart of the Lion. So it's this, but they put it there. But you have to take it. All right. They were cooking well up until this point. Frantic Momentum is the same. We don't have Adaptive Swarm. Instead, we have Feral Frenzy moved up, and then Frantic Frenzy or Focus Frenzy. Okay, this is actually really cool. And we now have Apex Predator, which I will 100% want. I don't know who in their right mind would play without Apex Predator. Maybe take that away and put it... Don't really have anywhere else to put it. I like Tiger's Tenacity more. Okay. Saber Jaws. This node is the same, I think. Lacerating Claws. Damage of your bleeds increased by 10%. Oh, Hunger for Battle. Okay, this is new. When an enemy affected by your rip dies, gain 10 energy, and your damage dealt is increased by 5% for 8 seconds. Ooh. I mean, you cannot really control when things die except just doing more damage. This is cool. This will make you want chain pulling so bad with Feral in dungeons. I definitely want to play Chomp. Fuck, this is cool. We still have Convoke, Circle of Life and Death. Applying Rip to a target also applies Tear, dealing 15% of the new Rip's damage over 8 seconds. Spider Boss. Spider Boss. Oh, Arakara. Oh, yes. Well, obviously, pulling adds into bosses will make this super great. Chain pulling makes this super great. Maybe not as efficient for raiding unless the raid has consistent adds. Maybe you'd want Circle of Life and Death for that. Feral's Mastery should be the same. Okay, these are actually interesting. Razor Claws. Increase the damage done by your cat from bleed and other periodic abilities and finishing moves by 35%. Is it the same as life? I actually don't know. I actually don't know what the mastery is, because does it ever matter? Mastery, Razor Claws. Yeah, it's the exact same thing. It's very hard to get Blood Transfer in Berserk, I agree. I'm such a huge fan of Chomp. I don't know how much play, but being energy starved never feels good, so Chomp is a huge W for me. Yeah, I found while target dummy testing, I'm trying to see if I can do this better in an actual dungeon. Chomp was very hard to get to because you have so much energy regeneration from a lot of other sources, but maybe playing Chomp can let you not have to play Tireless Energy. You'll always have to play this. Maybe you don't have to play Savage Fury. That could be interesting. It's kind of boring. But if we put bleed and we go full on bleeds. Wait, Frantic Frenzy bleeds also? Clawing all enemies around them, physical damage and additional bleed damage over 5 seconds. Okay. Interesting. How much play it'll get? Yeah, I'm thinking that too. You never can chomp inside Tiger Sphere because it gives you so much energy. I mean, yeah, we'll see, we'll see. This definitely feels like a single target thing, so maybe it doesn't have that much application in M+, but maybe it can be your boss thing, right? Also, additionally, we have a few too many capstones. Do I want to play Apex Talents? When you Ferocious Bite, you have a 50% chance per combo point spent to flicker to an enemy within 30 yards and deliver an unseen attack. So this is basically this new flicker mechanic, which is cool, but it's just very passive. The unseen attack deals damage and bleeds. If this effect is reapplied, and remaining damage is added to the new bleed. So this is just cool. So you'll definitely want lacerating claws with these, assuming that they work, because otherwise it will be weird. Unseen attacks damage increases your damage done by 8%. Additional applications extend this effect. So only extends it, doesn't add more stacks to it. Tiger Fury causes you to perform an unseen attack after your next 2 combo point generating attacks. Rip an unseen attack damage increased by 30%. I mean, they're interesting. I would have to give up stuff like Chomp. Maybe Carnivorous Instinct. Maybe I could play like this. Definitely not Hunger for Battle. Maybe Rip and Tear. I mean, it doesn't really matter if I put this unless I go there, right? Rip and Tear is probably better than this. But at least we can play with the unseen attacks. Okay. I think we can start doing a dungeon or two. Let me /reload and log out. I want my stuff to be changed. I'm thinking Apex Sounds might even be better with Wild Stalker because you compound more on your damage over time effects. Well, I mean, I don't know if playing Druid of the Claw would make me take less damage over time effects. I don't know if necessarily Druid of the Claw incentivizes me to play any one particular way. Since Druid of the Claw also has a bleed. Okay, what are we looking to do? Follower dungeon. Gonna want to try Blinding Veil. I wonder if in the new phase, this Wednesday/Thursday, if they will add the damage meter. Oh, want to do anything? Jesus. I guess not. I guess we go. I have a feeling that if we go right, we will get bugged again. So let's try to go left this time. Oh, I don't see my combo points. Empowered bleeds. Oh shit, bro. Not seeing your combo points is terrible. Oh. Combo. Resource. No. Dude, what's the point? Oh, they need to make personal resources or show combo points too. What the fuck? On target. Well, it's not showing it for me. Okay, this is an interesting This is icon size 100, icon size 70. Okay. But this is such pointless information. All right, I want to see if the things. Oh, does it show when it's missing? No. All right. Okay, seeing combo points on the. Oh my god! What the fuck? So what is this? Your next version? Oh, just one combo point. Okay. I need to get rid of. Oh my god! I have so much PTSD from. So much PTSD from blood talents. I'm playing constantly blood talents. Oh my god, I'm doing it again. Oh, did that do anything? If I just swipe, I should just swipe. Swipe and rake, that's it. That's it. Oh my god. Rake? Rake? I can just spam rake, bro. Well, take some getting used to. Is that Apex? Does Apex not show? Apex doesn't show when it's procced. Yeah, that's Apex. That's so cool, the flicker mechanic. Could have a little bit of a meteor animation though, because you can lose track of it. Okay, so double claw rake doesn't apply to this guy for some reason. They have some weird combat stuff. Big rip. Now I see the empowered rip there. Yeah, the fact that the dots obstruct the combo points is not very ideal. Default thin. Buff debuffs KO. Okay. Does that let me see my combo points separate from my... Nope, they still cover it. Alright. Flicker. I'm missing so much information. Wait, I don't even have chomp on my bars. would I even put Chomp? Let's see. Okay, I can see the rejuve on me. Still cannot cast Chomp. Chomp. That was my last hit. How much did it hit for? 6k. That's not very much. It says 9k here on the tooltip. I guess maybe that's the mob's armor. Having combo points under the health bar. Yeah, I don't... They have to figure out a different way to show this information. There's also kind of point... It's not pointless, but it shows pointless information. Although it's theoretically good that it is there. Okay, Wrath applies the empowered rips for sure. Maybe they need to put an icon. Okay, so what they did for snapshotting, just so people understand, whenever one of your bleeds gets snapshotted, the icon for the ability changes. So if I do this, like you can see the rake being empowered because it's cast from stealth and it does more damage. And if I activate Tiger's Fury, Rake and Rip will change their icons, but if I and it will be reflected on the target's thing. Look, there's an empowered version of Rake, right? But the Rip shows normally. However, if I press Tiger's Fury and then do a Primal Wrath, the Rip changes icon to the empowered version. So Primal Wrath also gives you the visual feedback that the bleed that you've put up has been snapshotted. The same for Thrash, by the way. But you still have to either look at the bars or look at the nameplates, so it's not perfect yet. Because they need to do a better job at putting this information on screen. It's also kind of hard to play Chomp with Apex because that's so much energy. Chomp. Yeah, Chomp is definitely better than single target. You never really want to deplete your energy to the point where you can Chomp. Or maybe you do. Maybe that's the incentive. You can... Yeah, I purposely made them thin. You can definitely make them fatter. Had them fat until like 10 seconds ago. Can make... First of all, make them bigger. You can make them... Wait. Buff, debuff scale. I can just make this smaller. You can make it... where was it? Block. Or legacy. Aggro display, spell name, spell icon, enemy buffs, debuffs. It doesn't give me an option to change the positioning of my debuffs, so I don't know about that. Still have combo points. Oh no, I see the Apex now. Yo, why am I walking so slow after I spent all of that time talking about how melee speed for Feral is so good? flicker thing. Maybe I can do the flicker thing once. I still haven't cast a single chomp, dude. Come on, move faster, bro. Faster. Just swipe, bleed, swipe, swipe, ravage. Bleed, break, apex. All right. Or we just go straight to boss. Big rake, Tiger's Fury, rip, Incarn. I don't know if this is the best way to do it. Flicker, fight, fight, break. As the Tiger Fury ends. Rip. Jump. Rip. Bro, no. Oh, I can outrange it? Chomp? No. Chomp now? Nope. Break. Tread. Chomp. Alright. Kinda was in a hurry there. Put an empowered grip on. Okay. Ooh. Waste. Shitty item level. Want to answer my question, Flame? Sure. What's the thought on new Feral? I am still playing it. It's not complex, slightly clunky, maybe unfinished when it comes to hero talents. What scares me the most about the upcoming Midnight, if you'd expect a lot of the big streamers to be testing and talking alpha like you are, yet they're all playing that shit WoW clone Fellowship. Well, I want to play Fellowship, bro. What do you mean? Yeah, but the alpha testing has been very lacking, or we don't really have people to play with. But I cannot blame them, man. There's no incentive. Like, why would they even test this shit? What's the point in testing? Outside of just we're doing content. If we wouldn't be doing content about it, we wouldn't be here either. Why do I have to test their game? There's no incentive. I've been criticizing that for a very long time. Yeah, what the fuck? Was I supposed to turn around? Ooh. Last second of Tiger's Fury. I do feel like my eyes are looking at my combo points. I just cannot track the combo points on this for some reason. And the duration of the bleeds. I need to make my bleeds bigger. It's the same thing. Whatever I do, the dots just cover the combo points. Oh, did I accidentally press Tiger's Fury? I don't even know, like, this needs to show the number of my energy because I need to do finishers on 50 energy. I'm not gonna use add-ons. To track my shit. Yeah, okay. It's not a big deal, but it's definitely a criticism that I have is it's very hard to gauge the information that or to parse the information that I'm seeing or that I need to be able to deal the damage that I need to do. Can we just go at the boss? There's that Ravage over there. Why is the tank stupid? Why these are scripted so poorly? If there's trash engaged with the boss, the tank would just not be on the boss for some reason. Oh, that was not very good. I don't know how about that. I totally forgot about Chomp, bro. Chomp. Oh my god. Yeah, it's the from the visuals department. It's definitely undercooked. Oh, hello. It's new. Is that a bear ability that we could also have? Oh, I fucked it. I missed 5 combo points. Yeah, it feels in their journey to make me need less add-ons to track things. I feel like I need more add-ons to track things now. He is stupid to imitate the average player. Me? The fuck would that came from? Jesus. When I move your character frame and enemy target frame to the center mark, because I don't like playing like that. I don't like it. What's the purpose of having a personal resource display if I just move my own frame there? But yeah, well, at this rate, I'll need to move my frames to the middle. The reason why I don't move my frames to the middle is because I picked up healing habits where the middle of the screen was just my party/raid frames. Or now in the War Within just overall weak auras. And I would have to have a different UI every time for healers. And that felt annoying. Okay, finally I managed to claw both targets at once. I should keep it. No. Yeah, I don't think it's bugged. I think they purposely removed it because they added it to the nameplate. That's fine. Add it to the nameplate, but move the debuffs away. Like it's just this is just undercooked. I mean that's fine. So long as they eventually fix it. It's not the end of the world. Like I'm looking there. I guess I should just move things to the middle of the screen, but ugh. I'll move it for the next dungeon, see how I feel about it. Can I just kill this guy? Managed to snap the crash as well. Well, I pressed Primal Wrath and fuck it. This on you, this on you, put this on you. Bite, rip, frantic frenzy. Put a thrash bleed on. Sure that Primal Wrath hits that guy over there. Ravage seems to do pretty low damage. I don't know if that's intended or not. Alright. I don't have Tiger's Fury. I don't know how I feel about this. Big rip. Big bites. 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 Rips. Breaks. Oh my god, I managed to snapshot the rig again. Nice. My energy is so full. Let's get so many Apex procs. There's a very good chance that you might not play with Apex in single target, just like you do now, or don't do now on live, rather. Just so that you can consistently get to low energy and press Chomp. If Chomp is going to be a relevant... bro, you gotta move, brother, move, goddamn. AoE, Apex consume. Frenzy, Apex, rip. Apex, I'm full max energy constantly. That's fine. If Chomp is the raid ability, that's fine. But I think it works counterproductively to Apex, I think. Unless Chomp can proc an Apex, that would be cool. That would probably put Apex in single target, though. Probably make it mandatory in all aspects, but... You cannot choose to have combo points on the lower half of the name, please. No, I cannot choose to put combo points anywhere. They're just there. Yeah, I just activate them or not. Where's the damage meter? It's not yet added. Can you adjust the height and length of the person's display? Nope. Wait, I can check. I don't think so. Can you? Nope. So I can... Oh my god, now it shows. Oh, I just needed to activate it. It was bugged? What the fuck? No, somebody was right in chat. Holy shit. Then in that case... I can take it away from the nameplates. How do I take it away from the nameplates? Personal buffs, enemy debuffs. Do I have resources here somewhere? If I put that on, do I see combo points if I click that guy? No. Need to go to the... Okay, I don't see combo points anymore. Oh, if I don't see combo points anymore, then... Oh, perfect. Oh my god, so much better. Okay. Jump. Oh. Alright, cool. Cool. Alright. Well, we solved that problem. It just wasn't showing before for some reason. You said in Blizz Preview? Yeah, well, in Blizz Preview, we also saw the damage meter, and that's definitely not working, so I wouldn't trust that too much. New loadout. Druid of the Claw. Let's get a new one for Wildstalker. We can take away... We can put the points in this shit. We can play with Lunar Inspiration. That sounds pretty cool on paper. Okay. Okay. I can understand that the biggest change in Midnight is the UI overhaul and add-on new, but the UI is so extremely underdeveloped. Sure. Alright, can I play with Unseen Predator more? This doesn't help with Chomp either, actually. Nope. I can get rid of Avatar. I can get rid of Frantic Frenzy. And Chomp. And go this way. I feel this feels too good in theory to not play. Do I give up Incarn? What does this do? An improved cat form that grants all of your Berserk known effects. We only have one Berserk known effect now, so the tooltip needs to change. Energy cost, blah blah blah. All attack damage ability increased by 15%. I think the energy cost reduction is the main change. From regular to Incarn. Again, also not helping with Chomp. Prowl can be used once in combat. What if I take that away and play Lunar Inspiration? I just want to see if it feels great to press Moonfire. Rip, Rake, and Thrash last longer. That doesn't really matter. Do these work with Circle of Life and Death? I think so, right? I don't agree about them being poorly designed. It is poorly designed, but also people that have been using add-on enhancing weak UIs have a standard that's way too high, I believe. I don't think you need that much customization on the UI, but I don't necessarily think that my opinion should be applied to everybody. Because I've played with a more basic version of the UI for a very long time, and I use as few add-ons as I can, because the UI actually gives you the information. It is not fully fleshed. That doesn't mean that it's fully fleshed out, but extremely under-designed is a very strong stance. I'm not the, oh, I want all of my UI add-ons to work every time. use an add-on for health bars, an add-on for personalized display, an add-on for my frame rates, an add-on for my party, another for my bar. Like, I'm not that guy. I'm not gonna hold the basic UI to that standard. I like it when it's simpler. I like it when the information is a little bit less, but also the information has to be less. So I don't need to track everything. Like this, let me, options. Oh, what was it before that I was tracking? Edit mode, show friendly buffs. I don't care about that actually. It doesn't seem to show me anything that I need to know. This could be good for instance, if you can edit this, this would be good for tanks to know when healers put iron bark or pain suppression on you. That would be good to know. But other than that, knowing that I have devotion aura on is a pointless information. What I would like them to do also to kind of fully flesh out the UI for around this topic is for me to be able to choose which debuffs I get to track on my target and where they go. I would prefer them being below the frame and the cast bar on top, but we don't have those options yet. However, the edit mode when it came out, it was very underdeveloped compared to what it is now, and it was still fine. The cooldown manager was actually underdeveloped, extremely undeveloped when it was released, and now it's significantly better, but there's also fewer things that you need to track also. Yeah, I think maybe this build. Follow me. Talk to me about how they butchered all classes to one button, man. That is the Rest Shaman BM Hunter loaded one button. I haven't played Rest of Shaman, but I'm not a big fan of the BM Hunter changes either, so I'm with you on that one. However, they needed to butcher a lot of specs, if we're gonna use that word. Enhancement is a good butchering example. Outlaw is a bad butchering example. BM is a bad butchering example, and Resto seems like a bad butchering example, but I haven't played Resto yet, so I don't know. The one thing that has to change for me is the party frames. I'll not be healing for the first time in forever. That's fair. For instance, Patrick is an old school WoW player. I'm an old school WoW player. I don't agree with... I've never used UI for party frames to heal. I never really thought they were useful anyway. I mean, no, they are useful. I didn't need any additional information that they would provide. The basic UI would do it fine for me. It was a little bit inefficient, but it was enough for me for not needing to install another add-on. Is sub hitting with noodle? I don't know. I don't care. Sub feels like shit. I don't want to think about sub. I don't like what they're doing with sub. Let's do a Den on Alarak. Let's do a Den on Alarak. Most fun range DPS for you so far? I haven't played all of them. Most fun has been a toss-up between Elemental, Affliction, and Balance Druid, weirdly enough. The most fun moments I had was with Elementals. The most brainy and rewarding spec has been Affliction, and Balance kind of had a little bit of both. Thoughts on Feral? Overall better. With the caveat that hero talents need a second pass because they don't seem to incorporate the new class philosophy that they've been talking about and implemented in other specs. Way too many passive little procs, way too many boring little things that don't really seem to matter, like this shit. Wall Soccer is still just as uninteresting as ever. And Druid of the Claw doesn't feel like Druid of the Claw. Feels like they wanted to name something Druid of the Claw, and it just so happened to be... Where is it? It just happened to be this mess. What's the least amount of buttons a class has for a DPS spec? Fire Mage, atrocious, it needs to die in a fire. Ironically. I find the basic UI is good for healing. I use LVI, but can go back and forth between, and the default UI with these. At least I can see stagger with default. There you go. Good is very subjective. Like I said, yeah. So, opinion based. We agree and disagree on different things. It's not perfect. I agree with you, Patrick, but I don't need an add-on, and I don't need and I don't want another add-on for healing. I don't feel like if I have more than rejuve, germination, regrowth, and life bloom on the target, that extra information changes what I do on Resto Druid whatsoever. I think life bloom, rejuve, and maybe even regrowth is enough of an information to know if I'm healing something. And any other additional information on my bars to track Resto Druid things doesn't change my rotation or my decision making. But I'm not a high-end healer. I've healed 10s and 15s in the modern version of M+. And for that level of content, it was fine for me. I'm gonna reroll a Fire Mage. Great! I hope they nuke the current version of Fire Mage and put some more buttons on. Ha! Hey, what up, Box Soap? It's all good today, man. Alright, let's actually record this. Bro, why don't I have no nameplates? Why do you keep doing this to me, man? So, what happens now? Oh my god, I have like... Holy shit. I cannot tell. I'm playing my Apex talents. There's the go. There are divines. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, they're dead. Oh, I interrupted the wrong kick, the wrong spell. I interrupted the wrong kick. Also, Lunar Inspiration, wasn't it like great addition for Blood Talents? It made Blood Talents uptime easier to keep. Because it was an efficient combo point generator. I don't know if that's true now. Shred hits for quite a bit. Wait, what did I forget to do here? Did I forget to... Yeah, I forgot to get this shit. I've been told Repaldin is also simple. Yeah, Repaldin is simple. A little bit too simple for my taste, but Enhancement is also simple and is done really well. I think they overdid it with Fire Mage, and it kind of 100% ruined the spec for me. Did I lose my rips? I'm still not using Moonfire, dude. That's a problem. It's kind of a boring capstone, to be honest. Also, I'm not getting that many Apex procs. I think the pools are smaller here. Maybe Caverns would have been a better dungeon. Game sound died? It was... Music was... The game sound was on. I don't know how it died. Wait, did the volume get orked again? Yeah. Alright. There we go. Solved. Kill the mama bear and the little cubs because we're savages like that. Not able to consume both of these fast enough. Yeah, no shit. Alright. Do you believe that Blizzard is achieving what they wanted with UI? They block add-ons with argument to reduce UI, help with rotation, and then implement lots of their UI, making zero change. See, this is why it's hard to kind of engage with that way of questions, man. Do you consider what you see right now on the screen zero change? Zero change in what way? The UI is not fully done yet, but that's why this is called alpha. So, see, okay. When I do, I have to talk about from my perspective. I cannot talk for other people. When I do what I do, Marcelian does what he does, and we essentially, what that means, us testing alpha. The fuck? And you guys look at alpha. We assume that there's a mutual understanding that this being alpha, it is not fully done. Now I understand that there's a underlying understanding that Blizzard can sometimes just not implement anything, even if it is an alpha. The game might just turn out to be this very same way once it's out, and that might just happen probably. But if this is alpha, I'm going to be fair and assume that, okay, this is not fully fleshed out, so it's not complete. Whether or not they achieve their goal, it's too early to tell, because this is alpha, and we don't even have endgame content where, let's say, add-ons and UI changes would matter the most. This is just follower dungeons. I don't even know what the mythic mechanics would be if they add other types of things that I need to track, buffs, debuffs, phases of an encounter, whatever it may be. And if they add those extra mechanics and the current UI does not track those, then yes, that would probably be a very bad thing. As to whether or not what they're doing is good enough, I am personally a fan of it. I've played WoW for a long time without add-ons or minimal add-ons, and it was fine in Dragonflight. That was last time I played with like 0 add-ons. We even had a challenge. So far as you're not trying to fully optimize your gameplay, it was fine. I didn't feel like I needed add-ons. But when it comes to progress rating, when it comes to key pushing and pulling 3 to 4 packs instead of 1 or 2, then yes, add-ons start to become necessary, because as a tank, if I can die in 2 seconds, I need to know when my healer has defensives on me, or if they are available, if I need to hold off on my defensives and stuff like that, which is definitely an experience that pushes add-ons to be necessary on live servers. That's not currently the experience that we have right now on live. I don't feel like I need add-ons to play the game now, so I don't know how to answer that question yet in a fair manner. If the assumption is that what we see right now is going to be improved, then I think they're moving towards their goal, yes. If the version of the UI change that we have right now is the final version, then no, I don't think they've fully accomplished that. But they also simplified the game by a lot. They simplified classes by a lot. So you don't need to track or add-on. You don't need add-ons for as many things as before. Feral is fine. It's actually the first class, weirdly enough, with all of these UI questions, the first class I think that the UI can cook up a little bit more. because I need to track my combo points, my energy level, and the dots on my target, and those happen in 3 different places. My combo points are tracked here, my energy level is tracked there because I don't see a number there, and the bleeds on my target is tracked over there. But the icons are so tiny, I need to change that to see if I feel differently about it, that I sometimes also track them there by looking there. So I can just move all of this around, but then what's the point in their UI changes if I have to not use their UI changes and use the good old-fashioned tracker? Wait, what am I doing? Not this. This. Default. Scale these a little bit more. Alright, let's see if this makes it easier to track all of this stuff. A little bit better. But the numbers are a little bit too big and I cannot tell which bleed is still on, which bleed needs to be refreshed. Okay, break dropped. Replace break. Yeah, so the things that need to be updated are tiny things, like the numbers need to be a little bit less obstructive of the icon, because if I try to decide quickly, I don't know which one is thresh, which one is rake, because they all are different shades of red and brown, or red and gray. And in the spur of the moment, it's very hard to tell which one I'm looking at. So it's still better to look there. So I want to choose if I want to see the number of the remaining seconds left on this, or just the swipe timer thing. Have you tried on Holy DK yet? Only a little bit on training dummies. Yeah, Blood Talent is gone, Adaptive Swarm is gone, Brutal Slash is gone, although you don't really need a lot to track that. I haven't played the new Unholy that much, but as when I played it, it was more or less basic. Wasn't necessarily impressed. It's a better version of Unholy than what we have on live. But it didn't blow my brains. How did these guys not get... Bro, I feel the energy starvation now. How did this guy not get any bleeds? Oh, finally an Apex proc. What the fuck? It felt like forever since I got one. I think it's just a dungeon that I just cannot pull more. And I cannot pull more because of these damn fucking followers that never properly adjust. It was hard to test. Shit, I wasn't still. Yeah, I'm still looking there at the bleeds. This is not enough for me. Maybe I'm just not used to it. It could be just muscle memory. I hope they allow more customization. Yeah, I'm almost 100% convinced that the initial release of the nameplates and the cooldown manager is going to be very underdeveloped or very underdeveloped. I don't want to see if I don't want to know if I want to call it undeveloped. Feral is basically the first time I felt like the UI was a little bit insufficient. But so far for every other class, I didn't feel like what they did to the UI was insufficient. There. Bro, vines just happen so rarely. As a returning player, I came back at the end of Season 2 and watching guides of my class shows that playing the game is overcooked. It's over-designed, yeah. Yeah, I agree. Now, once I can tell which bleeds are up on my target for how long left, I can do a better job at making sure they're kept up. Oh my god, extra funnel. Oh my god, this is an MDI tank. My only concern with add-ons going away is, will Blizzard be fast enough to address issues as it is now? If you're not happy with a UI element, just download a new one. Can't do that soon. Vines feel more frequent against targets that live with rip longer. Oh, okay, so that's how it works. Okay, that's fair. A cool thing that I've heard people are doing is they're making add-ons to reskin cooldown manager and stuff like that. If Blizzard allows that, then that's a great thing. Because, if the add-on themselves doesn't read the combat mechanics but uses the cooldown manager data to just reskin and customize whatever it is that you want to customize, I feel that would be great, because that could offer some freedom into how we're positioning things. If Blizzard allows that, that would be nice. I don't know if that will remain. I hope it will. Bro, I just feel like I'm not using Moonfire at all, or being incentivized to do so. But I think people are underestimating the level to which the game has been simplified, where you don't need that many add-ons. I could be wrong, so please take this into consideration when I say this, and tell me that I'm wrong when I'm wrong. But it also feels like there's a very big knee-jerk reaction from people that are not used to playing without add-ons and not giving these changes a fair try. Because the overwhelming opinion on the internet is that everything is bad. Because WoW players like to doom and gloom about the game. And it's not your fault that you don't have access to alpha, but if you do have access to alpha and you're not testing and you're forming opinions, that kind of sucks. If you do get the chance to test anything, however, not really your business this feels like it is, I recommend you test, especially if you're interested in good changes and feedback being applied. Because it's not really our job to do it, but there's nobody else that will do it either, because they don't have a proper QA team to test things. That's pretty much confirmed, unofficially. So it's just a shitty world where we either get to lose by having to play an alpha unfinished version of the game instead of just playing it fresh when it plays right, And if we don't do that, we lose even more because the game gets shipped in an unfinished way. So it's kind of like a lose-lose scenario for players, but it is the scenario that we live in. So either we just ignore it completely and vote with our wallet and just not play the game until they actually properly hire a fucking QA team, or put some actual rewards PDR testing. Bro, I don't understand why this is so fucking difficult. That their own in-house other games do this, or used to do this all the time. I don't understand why we're just not getting... Bro, just incentivize people to play the goddamn alpha or PTR. Don't put it behind the paywall, motherfuckers, because we're doing this for free anyway. So you're not paying us to play the PTR. We have to pay you for you to let us to test the game and then tell you how to fix your game, because you don't have people there to test your own game. And we still don't get anything out of it. We still have to pay you more. We use the time that we would otherwise spend on, let's say, playing retail or playing other video games to test the game. We don't get anything out of it, and we still have to pay you to let us do that. That's wild to me. And it's the same attitude that they have, which is something that I've been against with how they're approaching add-on creators. I've said it before that they need to pay add-on creators for their collaborations, because they're essentially taking work away. I don't know if add-on creators, most of them probably don't have Patreons or any kind of support that you can offer them, because they do this out of their own time and goodwill. I know Warcraft Logs has something like that. Raider.io has a subscription. Raid Bots, which is not really an add-on, but you know, does a heavy lifting for simming. Like people have ways of being supported by players because they're actually fixing issues with the game. But Blizz taking the approach of like, hey guys, work with us or get fucked, is a very shitty attitude to have. Or at least, obviously, I'm overly exaggerating a little bit here for effect, but that's kind of how it feels like. If you want your game to be better because your UI has issues and add-on creators have solved those issues, and you just want to snag that data and that skill for free, that's very disingenuous. That's kind of how it looked. Maybe it's not this way, and if somebody knows that it's not this way, let me know. But it looks like it's this way from what I've seen so far. People still do it, so why wouldn't they? They don't do it, actually. We do it because we're content creators. And we make a living out of doing it, because otherwise we wouldn't do it either. Oh my god, is this stealthing me? Fucking hell. But not enough people do it to the point where enough data can be collected about the issues and the issues being solved fast enough. I've done 2 dungeons with actual people on the on the alpha, and that was because we were all in a Discord group being invited by Blizzard to test the early stages of the alpha, which was a good thing. That was a good thing what they did. But content creators are incentivized by the fact that they can do content. But once they cannot do content anymore, nobody says in this game. I don't know how many people there are online now, and if there's more than 15, I would be surprised, and it would be an exception. But I can look after I'm done killing this boss to show you that there's likely less than 15 people online, or definitely less than 20. And you need more than 20. Oh shit. Alright, I still crashed. Alright, the bug isn't fixed. And you definitely need more than 20 if you want to test this, because more than half of them are doing housing anyway. So how are we going to test the class changes and the UI changes if the majority of the players are testing housing? Which, that's fine, test housing, but either give more people access to alpha, incentivize the people that you've given access to play the alpha. Yay, I can make a couple of videos, and for us, since we're doing class videos, we have 40 videos already. We already have content for 40 videos because there's 40 specs, right? So we're the exception. But for the longest time, we have been in every alpha and PTR cycle, and 90% of the time we didn't have people to play with to test the area of the game that we usually have expertise in, which is class design, and I don't necessarily want to say class balance, but mostly class design. Are there only streamers and YouTubers in the alpha? Probably not. Okay, so is this over? I think this is over. I think this is as far as we go. But I don't think I can connect into the character unless I get booted out of the dungeon. Can you really properly test the UI add-ons design if you can only do super easy content though? It's not about the super easy content, it's about the mechanics that are in that content. So kind of, it's if the mythic mechanics don't add extra abilities that I need to track, that's fine. So from insofar as I was able to test all of this stuff, I can tell you for sure that the UI information that is provided to you is enough for now, for 9 out of 10 classes. For Feral, for instance, it's a little bit undercooked. But it's not that the information is insufficient, it's that the way that the information is presented to you is very inefficient. The size of the debuffs, the fact that the icon is 10 by 10 millimeters, but the text inside is 9 millimeters large, and it kind of covers the entire icon, and I cannot really tell which one of my 4 bleeds I'm looking at to constantly know to track it and refresh it, doesn't make it easier. The fact that pandemic is still a thing and they don't have a visual indicator for pandemic is also kind of a problem. The fact that debuff icons overlap combo points on the nameplates, if you're the kind of person that uses combo points on the nameplates not in your personal resource display, sucks. The fact that cooldown manager has old abilities that have been deleted from the game still there, but new abilities not there, is a little bit hard to test. The fact that I can only do follower dungeons makes tanks and healers almost impossible to test. I will never know if my tank and healer gameplay tools are good because I don't get pushed to a point where my defensives are taxed. I could overdo it and try to pull like 7 packs, but my party of followers will just die. So that makes healers almost impossible to test. Oh, Blizzard is definitely using alpha for free advertisement. Yeah, that's why they gave content. They're not, bro, listen. They're not, hey guys, do you want to make a living out of making content for our game? Here's access to alpha. No, bro. It's we're scratching each other's backs, right? We're making content off of the game, raising awareness to the new expansion that's coming out, of course. But it's benefiting both sides for sure. My main issue with the current situation of testing for Midnight is twofold. One is the add-on cooperation that I've seen that is very exploitative or predatory, because it looks like from the outside that the devs are saying work with us or get fucked, because your add-ons are not going to work anymore, but your information is actually really good for our game, so we're just going to take that for free from you. So from a mindset of, bro, if somebody does good work, that person needs to be paid perspective, this is very shitty. And two is the same old problem with alpha and PTR testing that's been happening for years and years and years and years. There's not enough people to test it, and we need people to test it because we're the only ones testing it. I'm not convinced that Blizzard has a proper QA team that tests the game, because of, even with the testing that we do and the amount of bugs and fixes that theory crafters in Discord create, there are documents upon documents and spreadsheets laying down these all need to be fixed, and they're still not fixed. Either their whatever team handles fixing issues and bugs is too small, understaffed, underpaid, or their QA team or whoever has to handle this just doesn't have the time or resources to be able to implement all of the feedback that's been given. And as a player, if I wouldn't be a content creator, I would not touch PTRs and alphas with a 10-foot pole. So where are you going to get your feedback from, except from content creators? And probably theory crafters that are responsible for probably making class guides, which you could argue are still content creators, because they're, you know, making a living out of making class guides. So they go into PTR cycles to test things, to make sure that first their guides work, but they also have a guide ready when the patch launches. A nameplate dev made a blog post with some good points about the standard nameplate, where if you choose to have percentage HP shown, parts of the name gets cut, where you cannot identify the enemy properly, like Vile Branch X, Vile Branch Y, and Vile Branch Z all becoming Vile Branch, or activities, or activating both HP values and percentage made the name or raider training dummy turned into R. So that has to be looked into as well. Yeah, but that's not necessarily new, right? The thing is, if they... So, in an ideal, very naive world, I would have liked Blizzard to hire the add-on creators or pay them for a project for them to work on the UI, because clearly the add-on creators, like whoever works on Plater and Thread Plates, do a much better job at creating a visual representation of nameplates in the game. Whoever works on details obviously does an amazing job at creating a damage meter, so on and so forth. I don't think boss timers is that interesting or that difficult to make. However, because these people already solved the problem that Blizzard wants to solve, like it only sounds fair that, okay, we're gonna pay you to help us design this. Either hire them permanently as part of a dev team that handles UI issues and forever be able to solve further issues. But I'm pretty sure, I would bet money on this, that the add-on creators do this out of their own goodwill, and they're actually either programmers or work in IT or have actual real jobs that probably pay way more than Blizzard can afford to pay them to quit their job and work at Blizzard. I don't think there's any surprise that Blizzard underpays their staff, or they have a history of underpaying their staff. Maybe that changed now. I don't know the details, but I wouldn't be surprised if Blizzard couldn't afford hiring the add-on creators. Are we going to have less input lag if they remove the majority of the add-ons? That's a networking question that I'm not qualified to answer. I don't know how much input lag add-ons create. If add-ons affect input lag, obviously having less add-ons or fewer add-ons reduces input lag by definition. The fact they nuke add-ons because they cannot restrict what weakers can do during a boss, or they can... what do I... but as a result, they make the game worse for a lot of players. It's just a stupid decision. Okay, I don't think that... See, this is where I believe you're wrong. They're making the game better. I don't think they're making the game worse. You'll have to explain to me why you think that they made the game worse. Because I think legit, the game is better in Midnight. The problem is not with the game design. The problem is with the application of the change that they make, which is incomplete or insufficient. At worst, add-ons could affect your FPS, but not input lag, as far as I know. That has been my experience as well. You don't really need weak auras anymore. What do you need weak auras for? Outside of personalizing the information that's already on the screen. Okay, as far as I know, unless they went back on this, customization add-ons like bartender and bag add-ons and stuff like that are still gonna work. What they're outlawing are combat add-ons that read real-time combat events like weak auras, DBM, bigwig, stuff like that. But there's no real reason for these anymore anyway, if the current dungeons and content that they've designed is of any indication of that. There's not that many mechanics that happen. Your class isn't as complex where you need add-ons to track things that you do. So... But of course, once they release M+ and raids, if the encounter designers still create zoomy encounters with 17 pages of mechanics on a boss, then that would be a problem, yes. But we don't have that information yet, so we cannot criticize what we don't have yet. They say stuff like that will still work, but at least at this point in time, as far as I understand it, they don't actually. The add-ons don't work because Blizzard doesn't want them to work, or the add-ons don't work because they haven't yet updated a build that supports those add-ons. But I understand, yeah, it's very unclear because sometimes they can say they want something and something totally different happens, like how they announced that in Season 1 of The War Within, they want healers and tanks to have to deal with less spiky damage, and it turned out to be totally opposite. And throughout Season 1, they've mentioned, oh, we want to make healing and tanking easier, and it happened the exact opposite. So I understand why people are skeptical. I fully am on your side on this. But I can only criticize what I can test and what they said they do. What if I want to track the stuff I want to track, and you just can't do that anymore? I know it's early alpha, but I understand you don't have a lot to trust, but at the end of the day, yeah, I don't okay, so here's my opinion, Zuna. The overall opinion on all of this. There's no need for you to track really anything because the game already does it for you. Now, if you want to track it differently, that's a different thing. And as far as I can tell, I'm not trying to be mean to you, I don't care. I don't care. If the game gives me that information, I can criticize the inefficiency at which that information is delivered, but not whether or not that information exists. And if I don't like how they track things, sure, we can address that. I would like for there to for that to be fixed, ideally. But if that's not fixed, and if they don't allow add-ons, then fuck it. Then that's the video game. Video games have been inefficient for a very long time, and people have made mods for games for a long time, and yet those games are still played, and people can still play the game. I think WoW players as a whole, from my point of view, from where I am looking and talking with you guys, I think at times WoW players are a little bit entitled and are a little bit closed off in their own environment, because WoW is such a long-standing game and you've personalized your WoW experience so much that it's become something very unique to you and very dear to you, and I understand that, but that also closed you off to new things, I feel. Not you specifically, I meant the general player. And I have seen this throughout years of making content, having players of all spectrums and all avenues comment in our videos, come into our chat, be in our Discord. So I'm pretty confident in saying this. Now, everybody's a victim of their own subjective bias, so I also could be wrong, but the point of a conversation is to kind of air out as much subjective bias as possible. The game is 20 years old, and many of us have played with the same UI for as long as vanilla. Yeah, sure, that's fair. But at some point, we have to... This is such a difficult conversation to have, because it's so nuanced. The more we try to unpack the nuances of each of our personal experiences of WoW, the more the conversation gets muddied and nobody is able to agree on anything. And if we are not able to agree on anything, we cannot empathize with each other's wants and desires and agree to what is good for the game. So I think we need to start from scratch and first understand at least one thing. WoW is a video game. The second thing would be the video game is made by the developers. If you don't like the video game, and if you don't like what the developers are doing for the game, you don't play the video game. That's simple. That's true for almost every other game except games like World of Warcraft, because WoW is kind of more than just a game, right? So that's the complication. But whenever it feels like, fuck, they just don't get me, they just don't want to make the game good, try to remember that this is a video game made by people who are not you. And just because the game is not exactly how you want doesn't necessarily mean that the game is wrong. That just kind of sucks for you. And I don't mean this in a mean way. I mean it as in a life's not fair kind of way. And sometimes just try to enjoy what you have and try to make the most out of it. I don't like that they've destroyed my favorite spec in a game that I found in the World Within after 20 years of playing WoW, which was Fire Mage. Every single patch they've made it worse. Systematically made it worse. And that was my favorite. It was going into the World Within and the World Soul Saga my favorite spec, and it stopped being my favorite spec. I don't like that. I've, as a content creator, together with Marcelian, made videos feedbacking this. No changes have been made. Nobody really seemed to care. Am I just going to live in this mindset forever and ever? Like, fuck, you don't care. Fire Mage is shit. Well, this game sucks. Or just try to, okay, I moved on. I've seen some other stuff. It's not the end of the world. The game is still fun. I just don't get to have the game that I would like. I would like Taurens to not be Fire Mages and Rogues as well, because I feel like that's ruined the game for me. Do I get to have that part of the game, or do I get to accept that some people like to play Fire Mages and are like, all right, Tauren Fire Mages, and I'm like, all right, fuck it, play your hot burgers, and as long as I can play my stuff, right? So we can unpack, it all boils down to how I, and by I mean I as the proverbial I, as in you, how I would like the game to be versus how the game actually is. And where do we go with this argument? How far are you going to go with this argument? Can I log in, please? Oh, yes. Maybe I can continue. Alright, let's go on to the last part. You think they're going to actually address the problems for sub and outlaw, or they will just give them some damage and wash their hands? I have no idea. I don't like how the class design team has handled Rogue for the last couple of years, so I wouldn't have high hopes. I would hope that they do, but when I don't like is people what I don't like is people keep complaining, but yet they complain that they want something new in the game. Oh, cheers, Wrath. Here's the nuanced take on that. WoW players always complain and they're never happy. Side one. Side two of the coin is they're paying customers, and through the years they have been promised a product that hasn't been delivered. So on one hand they always complain, on another hand their expectations have been constantly let down. So where do we go from here? Who's right? Why that torrent hates? What we ever moved? Get the fuck out. I love torrents. Did you not see my character selection screen has at least 2 torrents in it? I take back these accusations. Denied. How's the new cooldown manager doing? Better each alpha phase. So long as they keep this up, I think the cooldown manager has a real good shot at being good by the time the expansion launches. And that's why I'm not too overly critical of it, assuming that they keep iterating on it until the expansion launches. If at one point they decide, oh, this is good enough, then we might have a problem. But we haven't reached that part yet, so I'm going to give them the benefit of a doubt and be fair in my criticism. Oh, hello. Oh shit, the Hunter Ninja pool. Oh my god, we have an actual pool going and I don't have cooldowns? Ah, this blows, bro. Oh my god, all of the problems that I had with Feral have been solved by just pulling 5 more mobs. The Apex procs, the energy issues, the rotational oh my god, that was it. That was the solution. We just needed bigger pulls. I just needed more bleeds out. Without blood talents right now, I can just rake Apex, rape Apex, and then do a Primal Wrath, and that's it. And I'm done. I'm done for the day. That feels so much better to play. I'm not getting any Apex in single target, dude. Did they lower the chance? I feel like I could have sworn on live you get more Apex procs in single target. How much GPS do you think we will have at midnight? So a few logs from alpha where people had 14. No, it has to be better. No, at max level I was doing some training dummies. I think I had like about 30k single target on as red and close to 90k on 5 targets. It's anybody's guess, man. There's no tuning to speak of right now, so who knows. Wouldn't be able to tell you. I honestly don't really care about numbers because they shift so much and so drastically every time. I just don't care. I cannot care. Why? How could I care? All I can say is that I feel like if we don't get another number squish for Last Titan will scale further than the War Within. That would be my guess. I stripped off all of my add-ons and weak cards on retail already, and I do enjoy the game more than the last 10 years. I can actually see the game. Yeah, that was exactly my experience when I did that very thing in Dragonflight. I think we had about 2 to 3 videos on how add-ons are ruining your game. A little bit dramatic, but yeah. Managed to get it? I think so. Look at this dope ass bear form, bro. Alright. Leave instance group. I'm ready for Last Titan. this early? Do you know if healing actually feels slower, or will it be like War Within when they said that they aim for slowdown healing but under delivered? It feels like it's. I haven't healed a lot because it's very hard to test healers, but from a bird's eye view, it feels like it's slow. I don't know what to tell you, bro. We can only do follower dungeons. How much do you think you can heal in follower dungeons? Because healing actually matters with tuning as well. Tuning when it comes to damage intake that people have, and HPS output that people have, and how relative they are to each other. Because if healing wave takes 3 seconds to cast but heals 100% of an HP bar, do you really have a problem? And mechanics happen in 4 seconds, so you always have time to cast the healing wave to save somebody. But if healing wave heals for 10% of a target's HP, but the biggest damage intake is takes 10 seconds for somebody to lose 10% of their HP, can you really say that healing wave is not fast enough? So it's very hard to gauge. The cooldown manager needs a good resource display. Default holy power cheat trackers ugly as fuck in my opinion. Sure, fair. I've seen your video about Windwalker, fun yet obviously, but can you give me a quick resume why you didn't like it mainly in AoE? Wait, which Windwalker video? Do you mean the Windwalker guide we did for the War Within? I'm ready for the squish and purge. People forget it's opening a new field of adding new stuff. I'm sure the classes feel naked now, but Blizzard will of course add new abilities over time again. Yeah, that's definitely true, yeah. You know, my biggest issue is that if something sucks, we have to wait months for them to fix it or add something, because no way we'll get random UI updates during a patch. That's very true. That's a very good point. But also, I don't know if you've played during BFA and Shadowlands. In BFA, to give you an example, in the first raid, Subtlety Rogue was busted for one of the gatekeeper bosses in Mythical Deer, because it's killed like crazy and it was just like almost one-shotting boss or something crazy like that. They've nerfed Subtlety Rogue for the entire expansion. the entire expansion, subtlety was broken and dead, more or less. It was doing Mythic Plus keys 5 to 7 key levels behind everybody else. It was terrible. Shadowlands had to have 2 patches to fix Torghast. BFA needed almost 3 patches to fix Azurite. And now we're seeing half patches in the War Within fixing things. So yeah, it takes them way too long, sure, for how big and how modern WoW is, but they've been doing better. So I still think some of the stuff is unacceptable, like how long it takes for rogues to get fixed with how many bugs they have. That applies to Windwalker, that applies to Enhancement Shaman. Personal specs that I understand have a lot of bugs because I got invested into them. But it's still way better compared to 6 years ago when they had a totally different team. So, hey, what up, Matt? How much did I miss on Feral? I'm done with Feral. It's good. It's surprisingly good. About the fun aspect of classes, I mean, oh, do you mean the tier list this Friday? But I'm curious, specifically, you didn't like Windwalker and Alpha because I was 100% focused on him. What I didn't like about Windwalker, but I ranked it pretty highly, no? I didn't like losing Crackling Jade Lightning. I thought that was fun. And I don't like losing the mini damage procs and the mini DPS windows. Those were what pulled me into Windwalker. It felt like I always had something cool to do. Now, Whirling Dragon Punch and Strike of the Windlord are a choice node, which means that we lost one of those. Crackling Jade Lightning has been deleted, which means that we lost that. And Dance of Chi-Ji just makes your Spinning Crane Kick free, which means that we lost Juggling Big AoE Burst procs also, because just making it free is like whatever. You gotta wait for the vid. I mean, I can tell you the... What exactly do you want me to... I cannot speak for 15 minutes again about Feral. Just ask me whatever you want to ask me, and hopefully I can answer. Problem is, as always, the code is so old. If they fix Rogue, you might break some old content wired to some of the code that they can just go... Jesus Christ. Yeah, but see, that's fair, sounds good, but this is what I mentioned before. At a certain point, we have to become paying customers. I'm paying for the game. You cannot keep delivering me a broken game. I don't care how hard it is for you to fix the game. Because you don't care if I don't have money for the subscription. If I don't have money for the subscription, I don't get to play the game. So if I pay you for the game, I don't care what problems you have fixing the game, you fix the game. So at some point we have to take that approach, because it's been ridiculous how players have been exploited and taken for granted for so many years. I'm sorry. Heard they fried my main prop pal at midnight. I haven't gotten a chance to play with tanks to confirm that. How complex is single target and AoE rotation? I'm afraid to say, man, that it might be slightly more complex, but that would be just from... I don't know if it's slightly more complex, but I feel like it's still, you still have stuff to juggle, but it kind of depends on your build. For instance, if you play Feral Frenzy and Chomp, and a lot of the talents that you're probably going to end up playing in single target, you're probably going to have high energy economy, making Chomp either difficult to play properly, or the skill expression would be in how you make Chomp playable. Because you have to have less than 30 energy, and proper Feral gameplay wants you to stay above 50 energy for those big ferocious bites. So if this is a good damage increase, the juggling between two opposing resource economy systems can make a difference between a good Feral and a bad Feral. Snapshotting is still in the game. The only real change that they made is to upgrade the visual icons on the bars to tell you which abilities will be snapshotted, and that's also visible on the target frame. In case you don't want to refresh a good rip with a bad rip, if that becomes an important thing to do, then you can do that. They've added a new talent, which is really cool, Hunger for Battle, which makes chain pulling in M+ really interesting because it compounds on a buff that stacks on you. And from the wording of this, sounds like the buff gets refreshed. So playing like that, although it's not necessarily a skill thing for Feral, it's mostly like a skill thing for your party, but that can be a fun way to play Mythic+. Depending on how much you are flexible with your build or how much you copy paste builds off of the internet, you have a lot more. It feels like you have more choices with your talents. So if you're the kind of Feral that can play at a high level and you don't need somebody else to tell you how to play, and have the knowledge of the class where you can, okay, I know that in this dungeon I could use a little bit more ferocious bite damage, so I can put those points in. If you play the spec at a level where you can confidently craft your own build, you have way more options to tackle content, as opposed to, okay, what is this other person that thought about all of the things that I want to think about and I don't want to think about it anymore and can I take all of the builds from that? No, it doesn't sound too bad at all, and balance is really fun, so I think Druid is getting better. The hero talents are ass though. I legit think that they haven't had a chance to look at the hero talents because they've modernized Shaman hero talents, kind of Mage hero talents, Warrior hero talent. Well, Warrior not so much, but it feels like these are still left behind with the old philosophy that doesn't resonate with the new philosophy. So I'm kind of curious to see how they get upgraded. But I've been jaded for way too long to have high expectations. But the hero talents are in a very poor state, but most likely because they didn't get a chance to get to them yet. Druid of the Claw still doesn't have 3 points here. Feral would be an easy main pick for Midnight, but my raid team has 3 hardlock druids, so that sucks. The Apex Talents is passive. It does kind of have a gameplay implication where... let me see... So basically, you have these passive procs called Unseen Attacks. Which do damage and add a bleed. Now, it depends on how that bleed interaction works with stuff like Lacerating Claws, where your bleed damage is increased. Maybe there are times when you want to think a little bit of how you do your unseen attacks. Although these are mostly passive in RNG, the Capstone makes Tiger's Fury give you guaranteed unseen attacks after you're next to combo point generating abilities. If these are impactful enough where you want to think about how you use your combo point generating abilities to make sure that you hit as many targets and put the bleeds up as much as possible, if those bleeds are also snapshotted or increased rather by Tiger's Fury, maybe you want to use them very quickly to extend them as well. I think they simplify the spec to a point where you don't really need to optimize it, but the optimization that you can do can be so extreme that it might be harder to optimize than before. Although the optimization might net you less damage than before, it might be harder to pull off. So it feels like it's like that, but I could be wrong. Mythic Remix raids? Not for now, no. Go right ahead. So now all that I see is that DK and Warrior will be top, and Enhanced Shaman and Drake will be 2 killers? What does that mean? Do you think Feral has potential going for more big bites against main damage with bleed? I don't think the dichotomy between bites and bleeds has been affected much with the current. You already are going for big bites. You're already going for big bites on live 2, and you're probably still gonna be able to do that with Saber Jaws. You're almost locked in Taste for Blood, which gives you more bite power with Tiger's Fury, as opposed to being a choice that you have on live, which you don't take in pure AoE. Meaning that you get more bite power baseline, because you cannot skip bite power talents, particularly this one for now. I know what your opinion is, Matt. I don't think most of the specs will play based off of your ideal version of WoW. So your ideal version of WoW is not the philosophy for the class design, and I don't think however much they iterate on that, they will hit what you want. Unless you are fine with a simpler spec, with a smaller skill ceiling, then you're probably not going to be happy with any of the specs for a long time. I just wish I could stop doing PTRs, just testing class add-ons, and that's it. Feral gonna be a nice film spec with that, maybe. I mean, I don't think they can afford to stop doing PTRs. All right, I was gonna show you guys how many people are online, right? Didn't we talk about that? I was afraid they would prove my point wrong, but it's like, what, 6 people? 6 people online. There you go. Maybe Feral is not as simple as BM, definitely not as simple as Mage. It's Balanced Druid feels a little bit more, I don't want to say complex. It's very hard to judge. Complex is very subjective. It has way more stuff to do than Feral Balance, for instance. But that's only if you play specific talents, which could just end up being bad, and the best talents mean that you have the boring playstyle. But you're also the kind of player that hyper optimizes his game, and if the boring playstyle is 1% better than the very interesting playstyle, you're probably gonna end up playing the boring playstyle. Even though losing 1% of your DPS means that you actually get to enjoy the class more. I don't think you're that kind of player, unless you are, unless I don't know. And I also know that you net deck a lot of your builds always, and you never really experiment with your builds, which takes away a lot of the changes that they do for the spec. That gives you options to add versatility. Unless, once again, I'm wrong. You can tell me I'm wrong. But you don't engage with that aspect of the game. Are there a variety of builds for Feral? I think there are, but that comes to do with so if we assume that the tuning is more or less fine, then yes, you can play more focused on bleeds, more focused on bites slightly. You can play with more energy regeneration, or you can play with less energy regeneration and play more into chomp for more single target priority damage. You can play with, what is it, 2 minutes convoke? Is it does this not go? Oh no, you can play with 1 minute convoke or 2 minute convoke. You can play with a fat incarn and no convoke. You can play with Feral Frenzy for single target damage, with Focus Frenzy, or an AoE Feral Frenzy that can build up combo points really quickly every 45 seconds, which means that it kind of sucks. I think they need to recheck the cooldown on Feral Frenzy to kind of match with Tiger's Fury, because 45 Frenzy is just weird. 45 seconds is just weird, unless this is changed 30-second cooldown also. Which adds another bleed and generates fast 5 combo points to give you back-to-back finishers, which works better with Tiger's Tenacity. Or you can go a more simpler route where you play stuff like Raging Fury and Vein Ripper and Circle of Life and Death, and completely simplify your gameplay for a more chill session. It has variety, but for the longest time, myself included, we've been locked into an echo chamber of this is the best build possible and it's 1% better, so why would I play something that was 1% worse? I mainly play the spec that I like, and cooking talent builds died ages ago when all the theory testers kind of solved that for you, plus Sims. That's just fantasy. Yeah, that's fair. That's what I mean. At least the specs that I've played so far, and the research that I've done in Mythic Plus, not Raids. Raids is more or less more stuck. You're wrong. There's plenty of build variety that you have. It doesn't revolutionize your gameplay, but that requires you to understand more or less the variable nature of the content that's in M+. Because that's where more flexibility is added, since it's not as static as Raid. Raid is way more scripted in M+, so it's easier to have a more optimal build in Raids. But in M+, because things change so much, you have way more options to play different types of builds. When the raid leader tells you to play that, you play that. Yeah, that's what I mean. You don't get a choice. Yeah, but that's what I mean. The way that you play the game, you don't get a choice. So that locks you into whatever build is the best, and usually more often than not, that build is usually the more boring build, which makes the game more boring for you and has less skill expression, because the more interesting build is usually the one that's a little bit less optimal, but adds a bunch more stuff. For me, for instance, it was Windwalker. Windwalker in Season 2, playing with all of the little buttons. It was slightly less single target, but a slightly more AoE, but it gave you more burst on a pack-to-pack basis if your pulls were of a certain nature where you pulled around 2-minute marks or 30-second marks, as opposed to regular routes that people were doing. So that's what I mean. All right. I'm done with Feral. I want to test a few other things now that we're done testing Feral. I am still looking for a main, and I have a couple of contenders. Druid actually becomes a pretty decent contender for a main, which hasn't happened in a long time. So I want to kind of check some other specs that I haven't played in a while and see some of those changes. Glad I'm not raiding. I mean, it depends. It depends on how hardcore you raid, man. I mean, it only makes sense that if you play at a very high level, high performance and optimization would be important to be able to play at that level. It only makes sense. But if you don't play at that level, you don't need to optimize that much. So you choose your own, you know, pain and suffering, I guess. All right. Let's get out of here because this is bugged now. Why can I not test this? I usually play the specs that are not meta and get flame for it, like survival over the years. So much hate. Sure, I suppose. Wait, what the fuck? Didn't I use the... I want to play some Devourer. I've never actually gotten the chance to play Devourer in dungeons. Oh no, I did. I played with the people at the time, but I want to try it again. Didn't get you baited at all, man. The title has changed. What do you mean? Yeah, that's not news, you know. It's been a thing for a long time. I've been slowly falling in love with Demon Hunter more and more. Let's see, now that we have more talent here. What do we got? Jesus. Do I care about that? Don't really care about that either. I don't really care about parry. Oh. Okay, this sounds pretty locked in for Devourer. Anytime you generate one or more soul fragments, you have a 4% chance to generate an additional soul fragment. That seems pretty important. And I kind of want glide speed. Is there any way for me to get glide speed? I don't think so. Unless I give up. Infernal Strike. What Infernal Strike, bro? You mean Shift? Let's try the Annihilator again. Gain 3 stacks of Voidfall and reset the cooldown of Reap upon activating Metamorphosis. Enemy stopped by Voidfall meter, take additional damage. Activating Void Ray out of combat or within 5 seconds. Entering combat calls down Void Ray. Your first collapsing star after casting Void Metamorphosis causes a cosmic meteor shower to assault the area. Sounds pretty cool. Okay, that was pretty interesting if I could take it. Hey, what up, Brad? Vengeance lost the hunt. DH finally knows what it feels like if something's been taken away from you and given to the DH. Can you spot the Demonology Warlock in chat, guys? Can you spot the Demolock? I ask you. Oh shit, wasn't this a thing? Wasn't this a talent before? Reap now generates Sin Fury. So with Annihilator, I don't need to play Hungering Slash. I might still need Sunder. The thing is that you might not be able to escape using Sunder. This is so good. I don't think you can play with no Apex Talents. This is so good. Shadow. What did Shadow lose to the Demon Hunter? Fellblade. Void Ray. Reap. Void Blade. And Consume. Void Nova. That's it. Holy shit, that's all my stuff. Lol. Lol, dude. Oh my god, this is my bars. Ugh. Ugh. Ugh, that's so disgusting. Why would you even? I want to save this build. Annihilator. / reload. Maybe even log out. If you want to play the melee style, you are pretty much locked in Fel's cards. That's fine though. I don't know if you're locked. I think you can play melee playstyle with Annihilator, right? Why wouldn't you be able to play melee with Annihilator? Loki just like Havoc bars in Legion. You mean BFA, bro. BFA was the quintessential. Havoc was a dumb spec with 3 buttons. I think Beast Mastery Hunter had more class than Havoc back in BFA. Oh, do you mean the resource drain of Void Metamorphosis? Yeah. Oh, yeah. But I don't think this will last, bro. It didn't last for Shadow Priest. It's now gone for Frost Decay. But people don't like this. People don't like, oh, my resource is draining, but your mechanics make me go away from the boss, right? So follower dungeons. Let's crush this dungeon, dude. BFA Havoc had more of a rotation than Sepulchre Havoc? Really? I felt like Sanctum Havoc was the most complex Havoc has ever been, but I guess that was up until I saw the Felscard opener last season on Havoc, which is still kind of wild now. What is the Felscard opener? Immolation Aura into the Hunt, into Immolation Aura until you run out of charges, into I-Beam, into Annihilation, into Death Sweep, into Meta, into Annihilation, into I-Beam again, whatever it's called, into Essence Break, into 8 Annihilations, into your Sigil of Flame, into... I think that's it. I think that's isn't that the opener of Felscard? Holy fuck. Affliction was last week, brother. You missed Affliction. Sepulchre was Venthyr, and you just pressed I-Beam, Immolation, and then spammed... Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a person request, not an attack. Alright. Affliction is good, man. It was good. It was good when we tested it live on stream. You all know Shadow had its problem, but the core idea was... Bro, the core idea of Shadow Priest actually being Shadow and you only had one Void form, and the longer you spent in Void form, more tentacles spawned and more Old God Whispers you started to hear, was class fantasy at its fucking peak, and that was fucking deleted. I'm sorry. Surrender to Madness? Oof. Oof. Yeah, Havoc on live is really fun, yeah. It's currently what I'm playing most. I don't know if I would call it a main, but it's close to being a main. Because with Annihilator, you skill the right side of the class tree. Yeah, but why? Why would you skill this side? Like, oh, I understand, but why? Is it to do with consume? Is it a Void Ray thing? I don't understand why Annihilator, like scaling that side, I don't know why you cannot take that either. Affliction, oh, Affliction. Oh, Affliction, easy. I'm gonna level my Warlock and play for Midnight Season 1. Yeah, well, I don't know about the tier set, but the playstyle. Feral feels like a rogue spec more than rogue. More than... Oh, I'm getting my meta before I get my I-Beam?
I do not have a target.
Ooh. Big hit, big reap. Big reap. Oh, we get another star, buddy boy. One more star. Ah, shit. All right, I got it out, but I dipped. I think casting Reap on cooldown is important. Oh my god, the glide speed! Whoa! Wait, why do I have another I-Beam? Is that a... Is that an Annihilator thing? Maybe I don't want to cap the charges on this. Ooh. Just a little bit more for my another Void Ray. Bam. Just pull more. I think they need to cook a little bit more with Devourer, but as a first time release spec, it's way better than Devastation and Augmentation, in my honest opinion. Yeah, we got all of the boys in. Ching. We can do our star. Can we do this? Boom. Pull this guy too.
Far away.
I think this is the... Oh my god, another collapsing star right away. Wow. Wow. I think this would play so much better at high level, I can tell. It's one of those haste specs that you want a lot of gear on. Whoa, it's coming! Big bam! One more Void Ray. Okay. Oh, right, I lose all the souls. Yeah, they need to address that somehow. Is the new Big Bang feel good on the VAR? Oh, yeah. Well, it does a lot of damage. So, I'm down, just go. Down, just go. I like big damage. You're happy it's not a lizard? It's yeah. Listen, I love dragons, bro, in fantasy. And I like lizards too, but that lizard just looks kind of lame. I'm sorry. That's a lame looking lizard. Oof! I missed it. Bam! Man, that's so cool to see. Wait, why do I keep having like fucking... I have another...
I need to target something first.
Oh, is it just because I'm generating... Wait a minute. Is it this? Bro, if this procs, I'm fucking cooking, dude. Check this out. And we start. Look at the damage. Boom. 45k crits on everybody. And then a big slam. Boom. Another star. Woo! Back to back. Boom. 53k. What? Come here, motherfucker. Void Ray. Annihilate. Wow. My problem is with the cooldown of Void Ray during meta. It's kind of slows things down a little bit. Oh shit, I lost it. Oh no, I cast it. Oh my god, it's the same thing. I cast it, Collapse Star accidentally moved, so I cancelled it. Ah, yeah. I hope they fix that. Salute. No damage meter yet. No damage meter. It is still missing. The VAR will be a spec that you want to give PI to? I mean, from a functional standpoint, sure.
Too far away.
The abilities that proc demon surges are in the left side of the tree. Yeah, but you want to play, but there's nothing saying that you cannot play Hunt with Annihilator. No?
I do not have a
That's not what I'm saying. I'm just asking, like, why can you not play the hunt with Annihilator? I just need 3 more talent points. I can now, of course, take them from the Apex if I want. I can take them 2 from here. Although that's probably pretty good. It depends, because it's all about tuning, right? There's no obvious reason why I couldn't play the hunt outside of the talents are just not tuned to support it.
Thanks for that.
Hey, Samicus, thank you for the big raid. What up, what up, what up? What up, dude? Appreciate it, appreciate it. Hello, Samicus chats. Okay, just max fury, and I do a big void ray into big collapse boom, and have like a lot of souls on the ground. Boom, another slap, another void ray, another slap, and another collapsing star. There we go. Oh, is this haste? Is this haste? Void ray? Bam, bam. I think I need to reap more. Reap this star into void ray. Reap. 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 Can I do it? Can I do it? Into another void ray. Oh my god, am I gonna have 100% uptime? Collapsing star! Oh, dude, fucking Bloodlust is so good. Bloodlust, 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 Bloodlust. I have to pick him up manually or I lose. I lose, I lose, I lose. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. Oh my god, 100% uptime. Woo! Yeah. Damage. Damage. I like it. All right, I like it. Leave me alone. All gear including glaive swap to end. Yeah, it's weird. But axe. The problem is that axes so far don't seem to swap to axes. Swords don't seem to swap to int. So I don't know how that's gonna play out. Because then you'll want to be loot spec havoc so you don't accidentally loot the wrong weapon again. I'm down with just using glaives. I think that's pretty dope. Bro, we don't check meters, man. Here at Marcelian&Flame, we play without damage meters. Shut up. Take your elitism somewhere else because it doesn't belong in modern World of Warcraft. Bitch. Big slam. Boing. Bro, that does a lot of damage. I don't think it matters if I take those. Wait, is my fury actually decreasing in... Oh, it would make sense to decrease, actually. I will do this. Into a collapsing star. Biome. Do this. Into another beam. Another rip. Into another collapsing star. Into another reap. Into a consumes. And another rip. Consume into void ray, into rip, into rip. Okay, void ray. Oh, shut up, boy! I'm gonna collapse this star on you. What? Oh look, no downtime. Oh, no downtime, no downtime, no downtime. And I can double blind during consume. No, I'm short 1 soul. Oh, I could have had another collapsing star. God damn it, dude. That blows. That blows. Into handlers like scythes? Sure. How is Blizzard going to launch Enhance without something similar to combo points to track Maelstrom stacks? It tracks it with your cooldown manager.
I'm out of range.
We have a bunch of souls, but we don't want to waste them on this fool. This disgusting fool. Into Void Ray. Oh, they're all dead. Yeah, boy. Yeah, boy. Oh my god, the glide is so fast. Oh, and with the increased casting, with the casting on the move, we're gonna blast this fool. Oh, it's dead. Holy shit. Oof. Oof. Oh. Oh, another collapsing star. Collapsing star. Ooh, no, 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 no. It died. Fuck, dude. That. Oh. That sucks. Is Romanian Warcraft of you being horny? What the fuck are you talking about? Stop being weird, man. We take these fools and that fool. And also the boss. You know what? Fuck it. We take boss too. Bam, bam. Collapsing star, collapsing star, collapsing star, collapsing star. The cast delay is actually mildly infuriating. The collapsing star. Ooh. Slam. One more. Oh no, I need two more. Okay, what if I just spawn a whole bunch? Do this. Oh shit, still not enough? We do this actually. Collapsing star into a big reap. Ooh. Oh. We got another Void Ray. It's a collapsing star. Into reap. Uh-oh. I think I'm dead. I'm done. That was without bloodlust though. I can hold on to the things, I guess. Oh, Blight is so fast, dude. It feels like I'm sprinting mid-air. Look, bow, bow, burp. Alright. Oh, Mr. Tank, you're going to handle a bigger pull this time. Oh, you knocked me in the air, but I can cast while moving, bitch. So, tough luck. Tough luck. Uh-oh. What? Listen. We have a collapsing star on our hands and, Void Ray. A reap. Not a rip. Reap, not rip. Not a feral anymore. Do these matter? Needs to. No! No, 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 no! Oh, I managed to get another one. Big rip. Reap! Fuck! Collapsing star, baby. Slam. Void Ray. StarCraft fans, anybody? Oh, I'm out of juice! Bro, the fact that you lose all of the souls when when your meta drop sucks ass though. I know it's been feedback, but ugh. I do like the new spec for DH very much. I'm considering going to it once I get into meta. Yep, I would recommend everybody to try it out.
Good morning, you rowdy, Romanian roustabout.
Morning, Lawwalker. How's it going, man? How long is C-Star base cast time? It's pretty long, actually. 2 to 3 seconds, something like that. Which, for WoW standards, that sucks. It's, so I have it now. Let me pull more. Let me pull these guys. It's 2.4 second cast with my current gear. Big cast. To this. To a slam. More fury. Should be able to get another one. Oh, fuck. No. Need just a little bit until I get my Void Ray back. Slam this and then the Void Ray. It's another slam. It's another collapsing star. So consume and a rip. Reap. Consume. Uh-oh. Void Ray. Ooh. I'm out. As much as I can do with follower dungeons, I think. But the theme of this spec fucking goes so hard, dude. Oh, especially after 11.2. These back-to-back Void Rays feel so good. Oh, casting's so slow now. I just wanna be full resources when I do this guy. Oh no, I should have cast a Void Ray first. Fuck, that was a mistake. Oh my god, we get Bloodlust. Oh, this is it. Another collapsing star. Let's see how many we can get. 1 consume, 2 consumes into Void Ray, into Reap, into consume, into Reap, into few consumes until I get the next Void Ray. Hold off on the souls. Do a Void Ray and slam.
Was hanging
collapsing
around.
star. I'm not even gonna move, bro. I don't want to accidentally collect my things. Do this. To a Reap. Consume. I want to do another Void Ray before I do the collapsing star. Do a slam. To a collapsing star. To another slam. Now I have enough. To another slam. Say slam, but it's... Oh my god! I fucked up. Oh, that was so close. I think I managed to get a flow of things. At one point. Void Ray. Ah, this gameplay loop is really fun. It's so simple, bro. This is how you make a simple spec work. It's so simple. You have 2 buttons, really. Consume and Reap. That's it. Occasionally you press Void Ray. Occasionally you press your Meta and Collapsing Star, which are the same button. That's it. You have 4 buttons. That's it. 4 buttons. So simple. The gameplay loop can change based off how you manage your resource. Do you walk over your souls to consume them quicker without having to use a global for it to keep generating more souls? Do you bank up souls so that you do a Void Ray into consuming them into another Void Ray? It's dope as fuck. It's just me, or does this spec have few buttons even? Yeah, no, it's very, very simplistic. Hey, Drogo, thank you for the 4 months, but I appreciate you so much, man. I enjoy this spec very much. Yes, I do. Good morning, War Tiger. What up, dude? How can you play Midnight Beta? I don't. It's alpha currently. We're not 3 months, bro. What? We're not. Are you serious? We're probably like 6 months away, 5 months. November, December, January, February, 4 or 5 months actually. We got into alpha. We got invited. What do you mean? How can I play? So it's invite based. BM Hunter crying in the corner. Listen, I'm sorry, BM Hunters. I used to love you, but now I hate you. So it is what it is. All right, fucking love this. And also, no, this is not Annie. This is Belly. Wait. Movement is increased by 1% per fury. Shit, that sounds cool as fuck. Void ray applies to suffering 2, increasing mastery and granting 5 fury every 2. Oof, yes, please. Unwing slash has 2 yards, increased radius, and 50% increased critical strike damage bonus. That sounds pretty cool, but I want resources. Is it official yet that Midnight is the worst expansion ever and WoW is dying? Every expansion, that's true, yeah. 90 days left to remix? Yeah, that's true, yeah. 3 months. Usually at what point are the add-ons available in PTR? Wondering about numbers. Normally they're available day 1, but this is a different time because, you know, we don't have add-ons anymore. Okay, so if I want to play the hunt, I don't want to give up Eradicate. Oh, I can't. I have to give up Eradicate or give up Capstones. But at max level, I don't have to. I think I have to play this. Or I can give up Soul Glen. Fuck it. I like Eradicate way too much. You saw the crafting changes? No. Are they cool? Cool new crafting changes? Void Blade damage. You know what? Fuck it, bro. Fuck it. Void Blade. What? Void Blade, one word? Let's fucking get all the Void Blade juice, man. Let's juice it up. The damage of Void Blade and Hungering Slash and Voice Step are increased. Fuck it. The damage of Reap is increased. That's fully challenging. I think we have to keep that. So we go there. And each soul fragment gathered by Reap increases its damage. So we can do this. Oh my god, it's 2 points. Why can I not do that? What the fuck? Weird ass fucking bugs. The duration of Feast of Souls. Soul fragment grants 1% increased damage per... Okay, that's not really that interesting actually. Yeah, I don't think I can get Soul Glutton unless I level up one more time. Unless I max level, rather. No, this is definitely... This is definitely better. You can get all the melee and Eradicate if you don't take any... C-star enhancing talents. You mean this stuff, right? Yeah, but that's the whole point, right? I lose a lot of collapsing star damage, and if I don't take collapsing star damage, then I don't take apexes either, so I can just actually free up quite a few nodes. So the problem is that Apex talents funnel a lot of damage into collapsing stars, so they kind of lock you into these for now. I feel like this should just be a capstone or made baseline. I think this actually should be made baseline because because it just feels way too shit to pop Metamorphosis and not actually have Collapsing Star. I think it should also be off the GCD, Void Metamorphosis, or at least this talent should make Void Metamorphosis not on the global cooldown, because popping Metamorphosis, waiting for the GCD, and then having to cast the 2.4 second Collapsing Star means that for 4 seconds, means that Collapsing Star is basically a 4-second cast. This is what this means. Because you pop meta, incur a 1.4, 1.5, whatever global cooldown, then Collapsing Star is 2.4 second cast time, so there's some airing up that they need to do, but otherwise this fucking slaps, yo. Alright, let's do some Mysera Caverns. Meta resets your hunt too, which sounds OP. I mean, but you need it for Felskar though. Only 2 rarities instead of 3 for 1, and the quality of items you produce is dropping from 5 to 3, and the sparks are no longer fractured. Yeah, but sparks no longer fractured doesn't really matter, right? You don't loot more sparks. Does that matter? Whatever they do to the clusterfuck that crafting has become, it can get much worse. You think it's bad? I mean, it's not ideal. It's not perfect, but compared to what professions were before Dragonflight, fuck, I prefer this. You lose Scar gameplay though. You hunt, pop all Demon Surges, and we are back into I-Beam. Is that how we want to do? Meta now also greatly empowers Void Blade and Hungering Slash. Activating meta greatly empowers the hunt. Void Surge damage is increased by 10% for each time it previously triggered while your demon form. I wish I would do something with Throwglaive though. This is a pointless talent now. Maybe that will just remain a Havoc thing. You need 2 sparks now, but you don't need to combine the fragments. And what I'm interested in, Wolf, is I don't care what they call the sparks. How often can you craft with whatever that is? Because right now you can craft once every 2 weeks or something, right? Or once every 3 weeks. What's my shaman name? I think it's Earthquake. Player housing is going to be big addition to the game. I'm excited. It will probably kill what goes down in Goldshire basement on Moonguard. I think Moonguard is is that the US version of Argent Dawn? Wait a minute. I do Void Blade. Oh, and Hungering Slash, and then into fuck, this is terrible. Ugh, oh my god, these keybinds. Ugh. All right. Oh, I haven't played this in a while.
I need to target something.
Should probably record this. Times of craft stays the same. Yeah. So what does it matter how they're naming their thing? Oh, did I actually take Eradicate? No. Just the reset on Recall. Alright.
I am out of range.
So I do this and then into a Collapsing Star. Oh. What the fuck is going on with Felskar? Holy shit, dude. What is this gameplay? Oh my god, I cannot, no, 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 no. Oh shit, if I lose meta, my hunt cooldown resets? That's not right. I don't think that's intended, lol. No.
I do not have a target.
Big scythe.
I need to target something.
Whoa! Oh my god, that hit almost as much as the collapsing star. What the fuck? That reap was insane. Oof! And that was without reap damage talents. Shit. Oh shit. Big star. Fuck, no, it died. No. And I lost my souls, bro. Oh, that's so stupid, dude. Ah, they need to fix that. They need to fix that. It's so bad. It's so bad. I like it how the Feral Druid always goes and pulls the top vile branchers. I'm gonna miss this when actual pugs actually don't make these mistakes, or maybe they will. Maybe it's oh my god, another Void Ray?
I do not have a target.
Oof! Look at all of the souls I have. Oh. Oof. And I still have Void Blade. Oh. Yo. Felskard is cooking with Devourer, dude. Get another collapsing star out. Bro, how am I not getting another collapsing star? Bro! Perfect. Big. Big. Do I Chaos Nova for more souls? I don't even know if they generate souls anymore. Big pause. Hit. I lost all my souls. Yeah, there's two main issues with the VAR that I see right now. Is first of all, if you have a lot of souls and your meta just drops before you get to spend them, you lose all of the souls. That sucks so much ass, and not in a fun way. And if you cast your collapsing star, the moment you start your cast, your souls are already consumed. So if you have to stop your cast for whatever reason, you lost all of those souls again. That doesn't feel right. I don't think that's gonna make it to live. That's way too terrible. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? Double void ray, bitch. Double void ray, bitch. Yeah. Alright. I'm being a little bit of a
First.
cunt. It's called a cunt, huh? Cunt. Oh shit. Big hits. Another big hit. Oh, this is 6 out of 8. Wait a minute.
I am out of range.
Do you know some about Sub Rogue? I'm not sure if I want to give it a try. Yeah, I wouldn't recommend it either. Sorry. We've only played it very briefly, but it looked like ass. Ooh. Can I reach all of them? Oh no! I lost all the souls again because I cast it on the small HP one and it died before my cast went off. That feels so bad. Souls now. It's the last one. I'll chip it out. Wait, did it even go through? I was watching my cast bar. Any news about Torrent DH? It's still in the trash where it belongs as the worst idea ever. Don't double VR by accident because you get second charge, otherwise it can yeet you too far. Oh, that's fair. Wait, where's the... Oh shit, we don't have the... We need one more prisoner.
I must get closer.
He means donut answer? Terrible. What a terrible way to use words in an English language. One reap into void. To... I don't know what this is called, but I call it... I shouldn't have... Oh, we can... Again. Fuck, this is so... Let's... Again. Wait. Now we got our juice. We got our juice for the boss. I'm in combat. Bullshit. Hey, Ricona, thank you for the 23 months, man. Appreciate it. You did double VR and your Void Ray couldn't hit the further mobs. So I expect a lot of perfection, but if this will be your new main, I expect perfection. You said expect perfection twice. Is it because your English is bad? Or was there lag? And the message got double sent? I'm only asking because I expect a little bit more for somebody that's criticizing my gameplay. Oh my god, the boss is already dead. This is the fastest I was able to kill this boss with any spec so far. Oh, it could be that this baby is overtuned, but surely it will not cause problems for the future of the beta testing. Do this, to this, to this, and to this. It's coming. What? Oh my god, he teleported out of my range and my cast canceled. Get the fuck. Oh, that sucks so much. Oh, I was looking at my character. I want to see that animation and nothing was happening. The depression settled in. Oh. Beta release mid-November. I don't know, whenever. Wait, we get phase 4 this week, phase 5 next week, and then I think it's in 2 weeks. I think it's end of October, no? It's not overtuned, I'm just that good. Oh, fuck, you're stroking my ego the right way. Noisy? Listen, man. Shut up. Shut up. Cannot not move. What is this shit, dude? Okay, we're gonna hold off on our stuff.
Fire a target.
Oh shit. Do that. Do Void Ray. Ooh. Gotta continue. Gotta continue. Must not stop. Must DPS constantly. Is very important. Big boom. Do big boom on big mob. Boom. We need big boom. Bigger boom, please. Bigger. Always bigger. Big boom. This time. No! Why did it cancel? What the fuck? Why did it cancel? Why did my collapsing star cancelled? Oh, my blood pressure. Emulate Devour is really fun. It's way harder to play. Late November would be my guess? I don't think so, man. I think that's way too late, no? The best Romanian accent is Dracula. It's not Dracula accent, man. It's East European accent. It's Russian accent. It's good accent. It's fun for stream and community. We do funny voices because fun is nice. Oh, I should probably do this. Wait, boink, boink. Do another one. Oh my god, did I accidentally? Oh, I thought I was gonna accidentally hit those. Oh no. Big collapsing star, Cast, motherfucker, cast. Rip. Go again. Oh shit, they're all dead. What? Big star. consume until Void Ray becomes available. Cast this. Get this. Until Void Blade becomes available. No, we consume now. This is gonna die. We Void Ray, double glide. To consume, to collapse and star. Ooh! Sorry, that was probably very loud. No! I didn't pay attention and I lost. I got a Void Ray. Oh, I got distracted by the dopamine. I'm not happy about it. Vodka in my mug? No. Balkan accent, the best accent. Is very, very fun to do. It implies a lot of stereotype. Stereotype is fun. It makes people uncomfortable. Come on, man. Come on, man. Alright. Accent is good, da. You know what is good. It's very nice. Okay, I just want one more Void Ray for the extra souls, and then we go Collapsing Star, Collapsing Star, Collapsing Star, Collapsing Star into Big Rip, Void Ray into a hunt slash reap, Void Blade. Into another Collapsing Star. Please don't die, 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 please don't die. Boom, baby! Yeah. One more into a Void Ray. Bam. Bam. Fight. Bam. Hut. 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 Can I do another Collapsing Star? Probably. One more. Collapsing Star, please, 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 please don't die, 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 no! I died again, man. I died again, man. God damn. There's nothing I love more than putting people in awkward situations and watching them squirm. It's actually fun, right? Nowadays. The accent from Ardell. Is there an Ardell accent?
I am out of range.
I need big rotation. I need big mob. Where big mob? Pull big mob, please. Oh look, big mob, big troll. I pull big troll. Big Void Ray. We go there. Slash, go away, reap, and then we Void Ray again. Absorb because we in front of mob. We need behind mob to be. Void Ray again. It's very nice. Very big damage. We consume more into another Void Ray. Look, we hit everybody in line. Everybody be hit big with Collapse Star. We collapse the universe. Big star, look. Big star on Restless Shade. Big die. Big die. Big die. Die. Boom. Boom. Rip. Into go in. Into go out. Into go in. Into go in. Into fuck their peaches. What? I'm sorry. It's all getting a little bit too much. Alright. Rooted. Doesn't matter. Void Ray. Void Ray. Void Ray. Collapse Star. I don't trust these to live long enough. I need Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. We do this. Into collapse star. Please don't move me. Perfect. Into this, into this, into this. Where's the tank? Hello? Hello, tank? Tank, 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 tank. Tank? What? Oh my god, is this a pug tank? Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. Oof. It almost caught up to me. Ah, fuck. I had to dodge too much. Oh shit, I cannot hunt because these fucking shades will kill me. I can do this. Void Blade. Do that. Oh my god, I cannot do it again. I need to kill that. Into the hunt. Hunt. Slash. Go away. Reap. Into Void Ray. Kill this. Oh fuck, 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 fuck. Ooh, it died.
I need to target something first.
Wait, why can I not cast? What the fuck? Was I not targeting it? Am I that dumb? Don't answer that. We hit both. Big reap. Then soon. Oh, we get meta soon. I'm just gonna generate these until I get a Void Ray and then I'm going to meta. Actually, no, we want to do this. Do this. Oh no, I shouldn't have done that. Consume one of these, go into the hunt, slash, go out, consume them again, one consume into Void Blade, slash, go out, into Reap, into consume a few times, to Void, Ray, slap him, to Collapsing Star, Collapse Star, Collapse Star, Collapse Star, Reap, 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 Reap. We got him. Reap again. Nope, no more Reaps. Nice stun these. Only stun these. Void Ray. Oh, Ray, Reap. Uh-oh, 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 uh-oh. We don't need to go here, but I need my Collapsing Star. No, no, fuck, fuck. Alright, listen. Visuals and dodges is really nice. Something good that came out of Shadowlands is really cool new animations. Please do all streams and videos with that accent from now on. Merci. Beaucoup. Asta vrei? Asta vrei? Mânca mea cucu. Asta vrei să vorbesc cu accentul ăsta? Shut up, chat. Shut up, chat. Shut up. I'm liking the spec a lot. It's very fun. Oh, this is gonna be my favorite part of the dungeon. Oh, we got juice. We got juice. Buiza. Ching. I just wanna fucking get the fuck out, bro. Not that. Oh, this is gonna suck if I get knocked back. Please don't get knocked back. Please don't get knocked back. Please don't get knocked back. Oh! Uh-oh. 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 Oof. I should be safe here. Safe from the knock. Right. So I can do a stun. Old Havoc reflexes, thinking that maybe the stun would generate fragments. I'll do this for no apparent reason, just because we can. Because we can actually. Yeah, this is definitely my favorite. No! I knew that was gonna happen at one point. I fucking knew it, dude. I knew it. Fuck. Alright, alright. Time to finish this. Where's the tank? We have no tank. Wait.
I am out of range.
No, I don't want to Void Ray, but they're fucking being defensive. Defensive little bitches. I like that that doesn't interrupt my Void Ray. That's fucking good, because otherwise I would lose my shit. Oops. Boop. Boop, man. They boop. Așa se întâmplă cu Bolt. Ce până să faci? How do you play without headphones on? I kept them on the table, I think. Cool made-up language. Much you want to bet that Romanian is probably older than English? Maybe? Probably not, but... Actually, I don't know. Alright. We start with this, and we do a Void Blade into getting the fuck out, into Reap, into another Void Ray. To doing this, and into another Void Ray, into meta. Oh, look at those fools, bro. We can do one Reap because it's free, and then not do my Collapsing Star because I know this motherfucker does that. And then do Collapsing Star, and into a Reap, and then into a Void Ray, into another Reap, into the Hunt, slash, get out, Reap, Void Blade, slash, get out, consume. Until we get Void Ray again to cast. And this will give us another Collapsing Star. Please, 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 please don't interrupt me, don't interrupt me. Gonna jump on me? Is that what you're doing? I kinda want to do this. Okay, we're gonna get another Collapsing Star. Hopefully before we transition. Hopefully before we transition. Please, before we transition. Please, 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 please. Yes. Oh, well, at least I got it out before we transitioned. How do I shifty? Shifty? Nope. Ow. Get that guy. I mean, I can generate stuff, I guess.
I must get closer.
Do this into a Reap, to a Hunt, to a Slash, to a getting the fuck out. Vengeful Retreat. I always forget the name. Into another Void Ray. No, 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 no. Don't go out, don't go out, don't go out, don't go out, don't go out. Got him. Sweet. Sweet. Hey, Voravn, thank you for the Prime, buddy. Appreciate it, man. ChatGPT said Romanian is older than English. That's what's up, man. Theater of Pain, that's probably because of the color scheme, but trust me, brother, this is more of the other side slash vanilla dungeon, bro. I mean, I don't know if you saw the first part of it, but it's outside in it's like hinterlands with troll huts and big juju voodoo trolls. It's very cool. This is like the Spirit Realm. This is like Shadowlands, the other side type thing. Are the Void Wings Annihilator specific? No, no, just Devourer. Neither. This is just Devourer has these wings. That's it. I'm a Void Elf, but I don't think that matters whatsoever. And Annihilator doesn't. I don't know if the Annihilator changes the wings for Vengeance, for instance, but if Zolgarub was in a Zulaman, bro, rather than that Zulaman, kind of like Zulaman and the other side, rather. I don't know why I didn't think of Zulaman directly. It's so strange. It should have been the first thing on my mind. I want Void Wings for Havoc too. Yeah, I know. You cannot have it. They're Void Wings. Shut up. Stop making everything available for everybody. Ah. We need to stop that. We need to get a hold of our shit. All right. I want to test one more spec that's a main contender for me. Do I want to give Fire Mage another shot? I don't think. I think Mage is probably dead. Like Frost and Arcane are kind of fun, but maybe I was too rough on Fire Mage. Maybe there's still another chance. I haven't played any Holy Paladin. Sorry. As a Romanian, I'm gonna say what the fuck? What does that mean? It's a weird choice of back-to-back words, man. Frost Mage? No. Just the Frost Mage. Fire Mage. So Bajari Pilencourt, sure, I can definitely see that. As of right now, who are the top main candidates? Devourer, Elemental and Enhance, Balance Druid. I wanted to say Affliction, but I feel like if I'm gonna go a class that can only DPS, that cannot tank, I'm probably gonna go Shaman. I wanted to say Mage. I'm pretty sure the Fire Mage situation that we have right now is not gonna last. It's way too ridiculous. So I'm still waiting to see what they're actually gonna do with Fire Mage. Enhance was pretty good, yeah. The pruning worked really well. Yep. That's the benchmark of what I consider a good spec, bro. For sure. So I played Sun Fury. Let's play of Crossfire. I mean, if we had at least Sun King's Blessing, dude. But I think the thing that Fire needs the most is not Scorch, is not Phoenix Flame, it's reducing cooldown for Combust. This is outrageous that the only thing I can do is 10 seconds every 1.5 minutes, and the rest of the time I'm just fireballing. That is crazy that is a thing. Casting Power Blast is 20% chance, also cast Glacial Spike. Frostfire spells also apply Ignite. Comet Storm and Glacial Spike now apply Ignite. I guess that don't really matters that much. Probably this. I guess that doesn't really matter. From what you've tested so far, how is the alpha so far? So far, from what I've tested so far, the alpha so far is alpha, very buggy. There are a lot of... Look at my bars, baby! Yeah, that's what's up! That's what's up! There are definitely... It's very polarizing. There are winners, losers, and very few in between as far as I'm concerned. Most of the specs seem like winners, but the ones that are losers feel so bad. I don't even know where to begin. If you don't go DH, then I say you're going Mage. No, I don't think so. No, number one right now, it seems like it's a tie between DH and potentially Shaman. Number two is a tie between Druid and Warrior. And number three is like Warlock, Mage, Hunter, and other stuff. And I'm trying to just figure out if I stick to DH or... Because Druid is kind of getting the reworks that I've been wanting it to have. It's like 70% of what I would like Druid to have. I'm speaking mostly about Feral and Guardian. It depends on how they feel, so I feel like I can only really make the final choice once they let us test Mythic Plus. And I don't know if they will help put up Mythic Plus in Alpha, but... until then, I want to know if I will want to tank. Have they done anything at all for the raid frames yet? I mean, we didn't have any raids to test yet, so I don't know. Here come the drama. Shut up. Shh, 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 shh. Feral was surprisingly fun. I am optimistic about Feral. I feel like they need to cook a little bit more on the hero talents, but for the most part, Feral is fine. They say pruning is to help players, but more likely it's so one button. No, it's definitely to help players, bro. No, you're capping hard. There's no way. Is no way. Is no way is true. This was kind of boring. Fire and blast damage is increased and is now spread to additional targets. I feel like we're gonna need that. I'm honestly not interested in that. Flame strike meter damage increased. When you're not under the effects of combustion, your crit is increased. What's the point in this, dude? Okay, I'm gonna have to take this. I need 2 more points. When combustion is active, fire blast recharges faster. Fire blast damage increased. Fire blast damage spreads ignite. Maybe we just don't play with ignite. But there's nothing I do if I don't... I can do this. I cannot take this away. So if I want... Like, this is actually really good. Yeah, actually none of these change. I guess this is what I would play. Can't wait for beta. Honestly, if a lot of you guys get into beta and we can do like dungeon testing and keys on stream, I know you probably want to test like housing and stuff, but personally I want to keep that as mysterious as possible, and unless I really have to test it out, unless we want to make a video on it, I want to keep that as fresh and unresearched for when the expansion launches. So if any one of you guys gets beta in any way, shape, or form and wants to test out dungeons, we would be so goddamn grateful if that was the case, because god, I'm so tired of follower dungeons. How's Red? It's alright. It's slightly simpler than live, but I have watched... So I'm confused because looking at Red, it felt like it was worse than live. However, I was watching Max's video on the tier list that he made for the class changes, and I don't know who he spoke to for the Reds. Was it Bolas? I don't know. I don't remember if it was Bolas. And whoever he spoke to regarding Red talked about some potential Red funnel damage and a lot of other stuff. That could make Red a little bit more interesting than I thought. Have you done any tanks? I can't do tanks. I can try do a tank, but there's no content. What am I doing with tanks and doing follower dungeons? Red has now funnel. Yeah, that's what I heard. I don't know how big that funnel is, because executions is still boring as fuck. 10% damage funneled into it is whatever. Have you tried Arcane? Yes, I have. I've tried Arcane last week. It's actually pretty good. It's a totally different spec. It's fucking hilarious to play Spellslinger and AoE with back-to-back Orbs Barrage, Orbs Barrage, Orbs Barrage. That's so fun. It's so fun that I bet that it only lasts one patch and you have to play it now before it goes away, because that's kind of been the theme of Arcane. It's uncapped from the initial hit. Do you mean the Final Reckoning that they put in? I mean, that's good. That's nice, but I don't know. We'll see. I don't see any reason to play Pyroclasm almost ever here. All right, let me go to the bathroom and then we play some Fire Mage to consolidate the idea that it is shit. One moment, please. Snack. All right. Oh, it's cold. Mm. Mm. My fridge temp was set way too low. Just cold. Oh, I can show you my Sarah Caverns again. For whoever was comparing it to Theater of Pain. Schnitzel? No. It's not schnitzel. It's zakuska. All right. Oh, this is the guaranteed back-to-back flame strikes. I don't know if this is normal, but cursor. Okay. Yeah, no. No significant procs. To change my rotation in any meaningful way. Oh, god damn it. I don't want to just fight this guy. Wait, do I have Shimmer or Blink? I have Shimmer. Alright, let's do a single target combust. Bro, what the fuck? Why didn't it crit? Why am I not critting? Hello? Where's my combust? I pressed combust. Wait, what am I crazy? Didn't I press combust? Did it bug out? Does Marcelian play this game? He plays Hello Kitty Wild Adventures on the Candy Mountain. Okay, 8 seconds for combust. I need a big fat target. I see you, target. You're big and fat. You're mine. Alright, combust. Finally. Why didn't it crit? Why didn't it not crit? Oh my god. Ugh, there's some weird bugs, I think. This has to be a bug. Surely. Also, what the fuck? Yo, Fire Mage is bugged as fuck. It also feels incredibly ass to play. Are you guys noticing that I'm just casting Frost Firebolt? Or is that target immune? What the fuck? Wait, how am I locked? Can I hit this guy? This is immune. I think it's this guy that's bugged. So we stand still. This is the new Fire Mage. Wonderful, right? That's it. That was my combust. That's it. Engaging gameplay, right? Yeah, cannot tell much more difference between this and Sunfear. If anything, Sunfear at least has hyperthermia, which they took out of the talent tree as well because it was confusing to have hyperthermia twice instead of once for some reason. I need to keybind. No, I'm actually hiding my keybind from Crossfire. Alright, shut up. Okay. This was the saddest combust ever. Between Feral and Unholy DK, I can choose. Feral, in my opinion, is much better. In my humble opinion. Did that have a glacial spike in it? Cannot tell. Oh. 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 I've been playing Feral a lot, but I always feel like M+ you're not a really good pick because everything you bring, other classes bring a lot too. That's true, but Feral does have really good damage for M+. A really good damage profile. Arguably better than Unholy. Arguably. Oh, how did that guy not get hit? What the fuck? Oh, we got a meteor. Ooh. Oh man, bro, I legit, like, obviously I'm super salty and upset about the current version of Fire Mage, but I would still legit want to understand the philosophy behind this and why whoever made this thought it was a good idea. Okay, so my instant Frostfire Ball doesn't always crit. I don't know why the fuck that is. Okay, why didn't it not Bro. No, something's bugging out my combustion, man. Something about these. It says immune. Immune to what? Okay. Tiki masks and mammoth riders in my Sarah cavern seem to be immune somehow to my damage, but not my dots, and I cannot build fired up on them. I guess this is most I can do. And that's it. So there's the combust, boys. 4 instant pyroblasts, and now we rinse and repeat. Frostfire Bolt for a minute. I said it was a minute and a half, but it's actually a minute. So I was so wrong. I judged this way too poorly. Frostfire Bolt. Frostfire Bolt. Oh, no, never mind. We lost the proc. Oh, we do a meteor now. So instant pyro, and then Frostfire Bolt. Frostfire Bolt. Crossfire bolts. Oh, fire blast. Insta pyro. Crossfire bolt. Fire blast. Insta pyro. Crossfire bolt. That was supposed to crit, man. Wasn't that supposed to crit? I think Blizzard thoughts are there should be one spec to the full DPS classes, which is approachable to new players, and I think Fire is this spec for Mage. Yeah, that's what people are saying, but the simplest spec for Mage has been Frost for like 10 years now, and why did this suddenly they change it to Fire? That fucks up with both communities, both the Frost Mage and the Fire Mage communities, because the Frost Mage is like Frost Mage because of what it was doing, Fire Mage community like Fire Mage because of what it was doing. They completely Uno reverse both of these classes. Why? What good does it do? Who does this help? Okay, it didn't proc again, bro. Like the guaranteed proc on flame strikes. It's kind of nice. Bro, wait a minute. They did not just remove hypothermia to add these into the Apex talents, right? Surely they didn't take with one hand and gave with the other. Oh, engaging. Oh, I like the part where I'm casting the same spell for 45 seconds straight. This is so cool. I'm so glad I'm paying the subscription for this. While combustion is active, consuming hot streak has a 15% chance to grant you a stack of fired up, increasing your fire damage by 5% until combustion ends. So what that means is that I have a 15% chance, which this triggers way more often. It's probably a bug, or it triggers based off of target. So each target that I hit with Flame Strike has a chance to proc this, meaning that I get back-to-back Flame Strikes, instant Flame Strikes, which is kind of, which functionally is what Hyperthermia did, where you just get back-to-back instant cast spenders, but only for Flame Strike, because if this doesn't apply to, this doesn't seem to work almost at all with Pyroblast, so it would obviously implicate that, the implication would obviously be that it scales with the number of targets hit. Since Flame Strike hits more, then it triggers, and it still triggers way more than it should be. But this is so ass, bro. They took away Hyperthermia to make this piece of shit. That feels like Fire Mage has been cheated out of Apex Talents, because it's basically Hyperthermia. Oh man. And why isn't my instant Frostfire Bolt critting, dude? They're still not critting. Why am I not critting? What the fuck? I'm in combust, bro. I'm in combust. All right, I'm done. It says immune. Immune. What is it? It's immuning my damage. What the fuck? Is it Frostfire? This guy. Oh, okay. I'm fucked. Yeah, I cannot do shit. They're immuning my Frostfire bolts. Look, I'm not doing any damage. It's just the ignite. Immune. Immune. What the fuck? Well, fuck me, I guess. I guess I just won't do damage. Fly like an eagle. I wanna fly like an eagle. Yeah. I cannot test it. Holy shit. It has to be Frostfire Bolt. Frostfire Bolts have been the only ones. Okay. So Pyroblast works. Yeah. The mage is terrible, yeah. Well, it's also bugged, but even if it wasn't bugged, bro, I'm still casting Frostfire Bolt for so long, dude. Do you guys like this? This is fucking incredible. I like the part where I cast Frostfire Bolt. So that means that I kind of like the entire class, because that's what I'm doing. Oh, get the fuck out. First boss of my Sarah. It's me over to Frost Bolt and show only damage. I like the simplified rotations, but this needs another button. Yeah. Like Fire Mage had a simple rotation before too. It just had procs that you handled differently. It wasn't necessarily an easy spec, and we can argue how complex or how much easier it's supposed to be, but bro, they gutted 3 big things for Fire Mage. They took away half of your abilities. They took away Scorch and Phoenix Flames. Phoenix Flames was basically another version of Fire Blast, but also hits in AoE and had a couple of procs that it made it deal more damage. That's it. So it kind of filled in the gaps of you having to spam Fireball like a fucking lunatic. Scorch made you able to cast while moving, give you a super short cast if you ran out of Fire Blast or Phoenix Flame, so that you can keep up the combo and get those fired up procs. And it was an executability. And they removed the cooldown reduction for Combust. And because you don't have Sun King's Blessing, because you don't have Combust, and because there's like no real thing you do outside of Combust except the occasional instant Pyro, there's nothing to do for 50 seconds out of a minute. because you just get combust. And in combust, because you're lacking scorch and phoenix flames, you have to hard cast fireball in combust. Combust lasts 10 seconds. Frost fireball costs 1.6x, so essentially like 2 seconds, like 20% for every fireball or frost fireball that you have to cast during combust. You essentially lose about 15 to 20% of that duration just casting. That feels so terrible, bro. Make combust last like 15 seconds at least if you want to maintain this dumbass, stupid rotation. I cannot even do it. I just cannot even. Oh, you're immune to my stuff too? Oh, all right, that's great. Yeah, I don't think it will stay this way too, because this is ridiculous. This is bordering on ridiculous. I'm not being hyperbolic here. I'm not being inflammatory. This is legit ridiculous. This is not World of Warcraft, bro. I'd rather play Classic over this, because in Classic, I will unironically have more spells where all of my Frostfire bolts are. Oh, fuck. It dropped. Oh, this guy's immune. Bro, alright. Listen. Fuck me, dude. He's immune! How am I gonna test this? How am I gonna test this? Oh my god. I cannot... What am I doing? What? I have one spell and half the mobs are immune to my one spell! Oh... I cannot test this. Now, fuck this. This is just painful. Sounds like Fire Mage's front runner from main and midnight. Shut up, dude. Shut up, dude. Oh, that's so fucking terrible. Oh. Yeah. Rather play Fellowship True. I wanted to sell Havoc. I want to play some Havoc. Right. Sorkin D2, yeah. You spend 2 acts leveling up your fire skills and then you're fucked on the first pack outside of Rogue's encampment. No fellowship yet, man. Oh, right, Shadow Priest. That's true. I haven't tried Shadow Priest yet. I totally forgot about Shadow Priest. Let me... If they added the spells, I will check. But I don't know if they did. Name is second. Jesus. Not very original then. Let's be honest here. It's not Shadow anymore. It's probably Void Priest, right? On retail, Arcane Mage more fun than Elemental? Probably by a little bit. I have tried the Devour like up until my Fire Mage experience. Northern Alpha saw a lot more streamers on it. Yeah, I think a lot of the streamers are also high-end content, high-end players, and they resonate less with the class pruning. So I'm not like 100% surprised. That this does not incentivize people to play it. Oh, excuse me, Jesus. Wait a minute. Shadow Word Madness. Oh my god, yeah, because they changed Devouring Plague. Because what? It clashed with. Oh shit, we got new talent. No, we didn't. No, the fuck, we did not. Oh my god, what the fuck is this then? Cares about Mind Soothe. Levitate. What the fuck? Tentacle Slam. That's what we need. Void Form. Vampiric Embrace. You're between those two? Yeah, try Arcane Mage, man. Every time I go back to Priest, it's a blast until I get frustrated with having cement on my feet and subpar utility. The capstones are cool. What does the capstones do? I don't think Void App. Oh my god, Void Apparitions. When an effect from an idol is activated, conjure shadowy apparitions. Shadowy apparitions have a 30% chance to spawn a void apparition that releases a void bolt at their target that deals 50% increased damage. Void bolt sends a bolt of pure energy at your target, dealing shadow damage. Tentacle Slam has a 100% chance to activate an effect from one of your idols. Ooh. Shadowy Insight. While Entropic Rift is active, your shadow damage is increased. Void Torrent. Oh, Void Torrent is now learned from Void Weaver. Okay, then we can take that. You absorb, another second, whatever. Okay. Let me try to simplify Void Weaver by putting Void Torrent there. Okay, now let's look at the talents. Shadow Word Madness. I assume this functions the same as Devouring Plague did. Give me back Surrender's Madness? Yeah. If only. A Word of Madness haunts the target's mind, dealing mediocre shadow damage, plus, okay, that's a lot of shadow damage. When reapplied to a target, all remaining damage is added to an effect. Yeah, same thing. Definitely gonna take Misery, because it's the only way to take Tentacle Slam. Psychic Link. That was a forefront, and you need this, so... I want to play Shadowy Apparitions. Wait, don't you need to play Archon for this? Increase Shadow Apparition damage. Void wasn't finished in the alpha. In what way? What the fuck? Wow. What if I want to play Shadowy Apparitions with Void Weaver? Increase the critical strike chance of Shadow. Okay, so how do they default proc? Shadow Word Madness. Conjure Shadowy Apparitions that float towards all targets affected by Vampiric Touch. Okay. Increase the critical strike chance of Shadowy Apparitions and their critical strike damage. Shadowy Apparitions deal 100% increased damage to targets affected by Shadow Word Madness. So, single target basically. Maximum Insanity. Damage of Mind Flay. Do I want this? Periodic spell damage. Mind Flay damages increased critical strike chance. Mind Blast damage. Okay. Void Form generates 16 sanity and increases your spell damage by an additional 5%. Casting Shadow Word Madness increases the duration of Void Form? Yes. Reduces the insanity cost of Madness. Probably that. Increase the damage of Madness and cause it to... no. Taking that because we want uptime and Shadowy Apparitions. Increase the critical strike chance of Vampiric Touch and Shadow Word Pain by 8% and their damage by whatever. There's no real point in going there because we don't really know what these are. So... that's pretty good. Crit damage. I think we need that. I think we have to take Shadow Fiend, right? I assume this applies to Shadowy Apparitions. Okay. Generate 1 insanity. Tormented Spirits. Okay. Now, we want as many idols as possible. That's it. Nazoth. Or I could go Cthulhu. Which one procs more often? Just straight down the middle. Middle right. Alright, well, oh wait, we get one more talent because we level up once we do this shit. Wait, can I do a / reload in case it crashes? This could be problematic if the idols are very unbalanced, but I like the idea. In what way? How would this be problematic? You want me to drink water? I should drink water, Abail. The Apex? Yeah, but the Apex costs 4 talent points. So you cannot really have a lot of... capstones either. So how would that be any different than what we have right now on live? Considering that we get 10 more levels and we're supposed to get something new, aka the Apex talents. Oh my god, did I bork it? Oh no. Oh no. Oh. Bro, do I have this issue more with Horde characters than Alliance characters? Because it locks you and this is boring. Locks you how? Do you not play... do you not play capstones at all? Like, if you don't play Apex, do you not want to get as many capstones as possible either way? The hand-clicking icon? Did they? I guess they did. I didn't even notice. This is so annoying. Constant notifications on my screen. Shut up. Okay. Oh, do I want anything specific from here? You want to take Mindbender? Is my Mindbender even worth taking without Inescapable Torment? Oh shit, I didn't have Thought Harvester, never mind. Fucking get that shit. Oh fuck, I need to talent into this? Alright. Alright. Okay. Let's queue up. What are we doing? Den of Nalarak? The sound gone again? I cannot hear anything. Yes. How the fuck? It's high res. About time. Check out the Void Warglaves. It'll be under Uncollected. That's their name, Void Warglaive. How does DK play on Alpha? Plays pretty well. Frost almost the same as live. I don't think I can... Oh. Never mind. Void. Okay, what am I checking? This is what I'm checking, right? Void Warglaves. These are the only 3 void. Second Warglaive, this? But this is BFA thing, no? Oh no, it's not. This? Warglaves. The newest? Oh, this one? This looks pretty cool. This is funky. I guess you mean this one, right? With the Naro on it? This looks pretty sick, actually. Oh! The Blood Elf, though. Fuck, do I need to transfer my Demon Hunter to a Blood Elf again? Yeah, this is definitely my favorite Warglaive outside of Azeroth, for sure. This looks so iconic. Right. Oh, it procs any of the idols even if you're not talented into it? Alright. I don't care. Well, maybe I care a little bit. Alright. How big is the range? Oof. Okay, I need my personal resource display.
I require a target.
Okay, didn't do it on that guy. Okay, like I need bigger targets, dude. Okay. No! Oh shit, that was the void volley. So if I target the one in the back, it does all of these in a line, alright. I need way bigger pools. The tentacle slam is pretty dope.
I need to target something first.
This is an interesting way to do pruning, because this is very little pruning. Where's my Mind Flay Insanity though? Wait, did they take away Mind Flay? Oh no, they took away Mind Flay Insanity, didn't they? I didn't even read the talent. Ah. Mind Flay Insanity is gone. Fuck. Fuck, alright. See, this is the problem with testing stuff, because this starts to feel really good in big pulls, but look how fast everything is dying. It's very hard to get good pulls going. Wait, where's my Shadow Word Death? What the fuck? Boomy got huge improvement about his ramp up. Yeah, Boomy got really good talents. I was pleasantly surprised. Alright, we got all of them. Autocorrect is killing me. It's so aggressive on YouTube. If you hold Alt and pretty or feather hotkey, you'll automatically place it at your feet. Pretty or feather. I read my feather is also on a hotkey modifier, but I think you have to enable the Alt modifier to be cast on you or at your position. No, pretty sure. Oh no, it works, but it's Alt Shift. Which range spec is the biggest winner in your opinion? Probably Elemental Shaman. Very close Balance Druid, weirdly enough. Oh, that's not what I wanted to do. Alright, let's see how we do this. So I think we slam into beam, into power infusion, into this, and into this. Then consume. And I'm gonna take it to the face. I can roll. Refresh it. Open it. Do the thing. Still have void form up. I still have void form up. I had void form for the entire fight. That's actually kind of cool. Yeah, Shaman is pretty nice. Tentacle is too small. It hits from here. Can I do this? Ooh, okay, this is cool. Boom, more tentacle slams. Alright, this is actually fun to play with.
I require a target.
Let's do this. I'll get another tentacle. One more of this. Oh, fuck off, dude. Oh my god. Yeah, I need to pay attention to the birds. Interrupting me left and right. Can we pull everything? I have cooldowns. Let's do this. The one in the back, in a line. Boom, and then boom. Do this. Do this. Big hit. Void volley. Oh, void volley is so cool.
I do not have a target.
Tentacles. Tentacles! I have so many tentacles! Slam! Oh my god, I pressed that again. Silence that motherfucker, and then do this. Okay. Can I hit this guy from here? That would be so cool if I could. It's too far away. I can pull it back and hit it now. Void Fiend, Fate, Unwind Blast into Void Torrent. Ooh, right on time, baby. Another slam. Oh shit, right, I cannot cast one more thing. That was pretty cool. Alright, we got that guy. We get these wolves all with one tentacle. This is actually my new favorite thing to do. Ow. It's the Plapham silly, man. Look at those motherfuckers, and they want to cast their interrupt thing. Watch this shit. What? Look at it. Yeah, shit. Eat my.
Hey man, still love your content.
Hey, Timo! Well, thank you so much, man. Glad you like our stuff.
I need to target something first.
Ugh. Double. Ooh. One more. More. To dead. This guy didn't have dots. How? Right. Alright, we need that. I don't understand how this functions actually. Do this into this to this. Volley. Bolt. Oh my god, Void Torrent doesn't Void Weaver just doesn't last us. Am I dying here? I pulled aggro hard. Oh, the tank just stood behind to like do the mechanic. Holy shit. Can you believe that? Letting me die here?
I do not have a target.
What the fuck? I pull as much as possible. Bam. Perfect. Do this into this. Oh no, it's gone there. No, my Void Rift, my Void Rift. But with the tentacle slam or a new cooldown, it feels like you're never gonna have problems starting things in a row. At most, you might cast one Vampiric Touch, but this is in follower dungeons. I don't know how this will translate into actual dungeons. We slap him here with the tenties. Tenties are slapperonis. Wait, can I pull this guy? Just, there you go. We're going here, we're going here, we're going here. Alright. Doing this. Uh-oh. 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 Healing myself. Vampiric touch. Why am I tanking? Once the fucking tank is dead. Holy shit. Oh my god, I'm so far back. I need a mount. God damn it. Harsh winds? We don't get the winds here, right? But this dungeon is so cool. Look at that. We're going to the storm. Into the blizzard. Enduring winter. So is that the theme of this dungeon? Autumn and preparing for winter? This is really cool. Ooh, ooh. Slam. Big dude. Nice.
I need to target something first.
Alright. Not sure how I feel about Mindflay Insanity losing, but I think Shadow Priests have gotten a little bit too full of themselves with all of that mobility. So it was time to tone it down, honestly. It was getting crazy out there. What do they think they are? Ex-fire mages? Jesus Christ. Oh, perfect. Perfect. Sit right here, nice and clean. I feel like I only do like 2 or 3 void bolts and that's about it. Is that normal? Ah, this will suck ass. Oh. Man, dispersion doesn't really... Yo, why am I tanking? Oh my god, the whole party's dead again. What the f... oh my god. I really cannot pull the big bear. He's just gonna do the AoE and everybody's gonna stand in it. Nobody pops the defensive. Really? You didn't have bubble, Captain Garrick? Ability number 4, this is the new Devouring Plague. It's called Shadow Word Madness because might as well rename some things. Less abundance doesn't mean the classes are super simplified, right? The current Havoc also has less abundance than other classes, but it's kind of hard to play. Yeah, that's true. I'm trying to think of a good example. Devourer, surprisingly simple to understand, but it has like a very decently complex gameplay. Not too complex. Wait, can I not mount here? Of course I can mount. Let's just go past this. Let's just fucking Avatar of Determination, bro. This is Gorilla Bear. This is just flaunting it in the front of people that they don't have the Gorilla Bear Mage Tower. Shit. Do that. Do that. And then we just fucking do shit. No. Look at these fools. conjure 25 for shadow apparitions to summon a thing from beyond. Alright. Let's see if we can finish this fight without the game glitching. Wings of Winter. I'm gonna stay here where it's safe. We're gonna tentacle slam. We're gonna pop our food. We're gonna do all of this and then instantly go into Void Torrent, Void Bolt, Plague, or not Plague, Madness, right? Pop the Void Volley and maybe another ball before it goes away. We're blessed. Volley is gonna go away. Please, 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 die, 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 die. Nice.
I require a target.
We bypassed the bug, the glitch, the disconnect. I had my thing from beyond. Now we will go beyond the campfire. Alright, let's finish this dungeon. So what is the Void Weaver supposed to have broken about it? Seems Void Weaver is fine. Definitely not more broken than Fire Mage, lol. But honestly, what is? Oh shit. Was he launching lava bursts at us?
Target something fast.
Thing from beyond. Slapped. Gonna do this and then do a void rift. Bitch! Jump to dodge my rift? Oh, he's coming. Hello, big boy. Tentacle slam. Schmack. Schmack in your face. Schmack. Schmacky. Do we hold on to the, to the insanity? I think we do. So we can... Can we pull all of these guys? This guy is the meanest. Tentacle slam. Nope. Tentacle slam again. Okay, why does this guy not get the thing? No. Void form first. Wait, was that my volt? No. Oh, it's a totem. Kick him. Make him come in melee.
I require a target.
Dead. Slam with tenties. What's the recharge time? 15 seconds. Yeah. You have way more tentacle slams than you need. You might just throw them all for pure damage. I've tried Fellowship. Oh yeah.
I do not have a target.
Not as much as I would like to. I've managed to get into Adept. I think the highest I've done is like an Adept 4, I think, or Adept 3, something like that. Total abilities of Shadow Priest, yes. Final thoughts on Devourer? It's kick-ass, dude. Super recommend. The Annihilation playstyle with the hero talent seems very simple and very accessible to everybody. While Felskard can add some really nice skill expression. No more interrupts. Okay, I'm gonna hold off on the insanity. $86 for now. Let's go. So we start with a Tentacle Slam, into Shadow Fiend, into Power Infusion, Void Form, and Void Torrent. Tentacle Slam, Shadow Fiend, Power Infusion, Void Form into Void Torrent, 1 Madness into Void Blast. Fuck. Good drop. I can just do this. Put that on. Do maybe 1 Mind Flay or Mind Blast. Death Plague. Volley. Maybe 1 more Tentacle. Shit. And Void Torrent again. Void Blast. Void Blast. 1 more Void Blast, please. Yes. Void Death. Tentacle. Or Plague. Or not. Fucking Shadowward Madness. Ah, fuck your rebranding scheme. It's Devouring Plague for 20 years, but now we have to change the name because it needs to be modern, it should be different. Alright, okay, Shadow Priest feeling decent, actually. Tentacle Slam does a lot of heavy lifting for the new Shadow Priest. Not having to worry about, fuck, all of the AoE dot spreading. I don't understand how Balanced Druid and... Well... Actually, no. I'm wrong. Affliction also has a much better way of spreading AoE dots now. So I think all AoE dots play... The AoE dot DPSers play really well in dungeons and stuff. So I think we're in a good spot, everybody. We're in a good spot where these specs play actually really nicely. I don't know how Archon plays. I've never really been a fan of Archon. I'm not a big fan of Halo. But if it makes... Shadowy Apparitions even better, that's great, but I just feel like I still don't have enough Shadowy Apparitions, dude. Didn't they used to spawn with Mind Flay ticks? Or am I misremembering it? Am I misremembering the old Shadowy Apparitions? It felt like I had way more. No assassination? That's fair. Okay. With Shadow Ward, no, but it does with Shadow Ward Pain. Shadow Ward Pain damage has a chance to create a shadowy apparition that floats towards all targets affected by vampire touch. So you still have that Tormented Spirits. Anyway, the only real bad thing that I have to say about Shadow is missing Shadow Ward Mindful Insanity, and it needs more mobility, bro. I'm sorry, there's no way. This needs to be somehow baseline. And I don't know why we lost Mind Flay Insanity. It was so good, so fast, such a good feeling to press ability, but I don't know. Alright, that's it for today. Hopefully you enjoyed the stream. We're gonna have some dope videos for you guys ready this week, as with all weeks, of course. And the stream is gonna be back on Wednesday. Enjoy the rest of the week. Love you all. Stay safe. And catch you next time. Bye, everybody. Enjoy your day. Peace.